and welcome to Feeding the Soul with Mirthell. Now, those of you that know me best and have been following my channels already know how much I love to cook. I'm always feeding my wife and kids. Well, I decided that I wanted to start a channel and a show called Feeding the Soul with Mirthell because it's my passion. And of course, the Onyx mission is tell the story, feed the soul, make them laugh, heal the heart. Well, we have been making you laugh for 5 years now as we have been doing our Onyx brand. And so we want to just kind of like explore the side and let you see the side of feeding the soul. I mean, we all love food, don't we? Well, I am a foodie. I just absolutely love to cook. My wife and my kids love when I share my meals with them, and so I want to start a show where I share meals with you, vegan, plant-based recipes. So no matter what it is that your favorites are, whether it is a hamburger, I am always trying to figure out how can I do it the plant-based way. Welcome to our first episode. On this episode, I'm gonna have my son join me and we're gonna have a special guest. All right, so we have our guest coming on, and our guest is Loose Seeds. It's a Loose Seed channel with Trey and Nigel. We are gonna be here with the father and son. Hey guys!
Hey,
what's going on?
What's up, guys?
Oh man, great to see you. Last time we did this, we were in LA, right?
That's right.
And we were at one of our favorite soul food restaurants out there.
Oh man, back when we could go out and do things.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm so glad that you guys agreed that we could do this quarantine cookout, man.
That's right.
You know we gotta keep the tradition going with the cookout.
That's right. We gotta pass it on. I was gonna pass Nigel the tongs, but the way we're gonna do this today, you know, we're gonna pass the aprons along.
There you go. I got him his red one here. I was just sharing with him that when I was growing up, my dad used to do the cooking in the house as well.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, and when it comes to the cookout, I don't think anybody's allowed to go in front of that grill except for the man of the house. This is a passage of rights.
Absolutely, yeah. Mine too. My dad, you know, my granddad, they get the grill, they do the cooking, stay out of the way.
What do we got on the menu? Let's let the people know what we got to nourish the soul today.
So today, yeah, that's right. We're doing a down south southern shrimp boil.
Woo! Whoa!
Between the two of us, I'm doing the traditional grilled shrimp, and you guys are doing your vegan diet.
Ooh, I can't wait. I can't wait to see what you come up with, and I can't wait to see what we're able to come up with together with this shrimp boil. We actually decided to go plant-based completely this year, and it's been an incredible experience. I've already lost over 20 pounds just in this 1 year. I'm coming down from 325. Now I'm almost at 100 pounds today. Now, not just this year. It's been over a while, but this year has been about 20-something pounds.
Man, that's amazing. That's a heck of an achievement, man.
Thank you.
I love it, man.
I felt like I needed to do that, and I needed to teach Shiloh how to take care of his health, because in our community, especially in the African American community, you know, we're suffering from a lot of comorbidities like, you know, diabetes and high blood pressure. And so I don't want to lose out on the good soul food cooking. So I go vegan and I do the same thing.
Smart. I love it, man. I love it. You set the trend and leading by example, man. I love that. That's great. We have to definitely do that for our families. That's a big, big deal.
Awesome. Well, hey, let's go. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's get started. And you go with yours, we'll go with ours, and then let's touch back again. And then when we're finished, we're gonna feed our woman, because you know that's how we love them, right?
That's it. That's what it's all about, man. The ladies love good food, and we want to feed them good things.
Yep. All right, man. We are going to fix the vegan version of a shrimp boil, okay? What I'm using for the sausage is we're using Beyond sausage. What I'm using for the shrimp is I'm using a vegan shrimp from Belief. When I get corns, I love to get the extra sweet corn because I really love how the extra sweet corn tastes. We got fresh cilantro, everything organic, fresh potatoes, we got onions, bell peppers, and of course, lemon, which is really important. We gotta create a sauce, okay? Are you ready to create the sauce?
Yeah.
Okay, this is what we're gonna use to create the sauce. We are gonna use Vegenaise as our base. We got our Zatarans, Creole seasoning, ketchup, along with some sriracha sauce. We're gonna do a little bit of hot peppers. We're gonna do a little bit of paprika. We're gonna do some garlic. You think you're ready? You think you're ready to take over the kitchen?
I mean, yeah. I'm pretty confident in myself, so.
Okay, so we got all of our stuff. Okay, time for the magic to happen.
Hey, ladies!
Hey, guys!
Are you guys as hungry as we are?
Yes,
I'm hungry.
starving.
Dang, we got these empty plates here and there's no food on it.
The smell has been so amazing, man.
How do you feel about Dad cooking so much? He cooks some good stuff, right?
I'm not as worried about my dad as I'm worried about Shiloh. Shiloh, he never cooks.
Oh boy, okay.
That was what Nigel was like though.
Was or is?
He literally just got into the kitchen like a week ago.
Yep.
You know what? Like Shalom said that Shiloh never cooks, but actually he's been making his own vegan pizzas every weekend.
Does that count?
Yeah, because you have to get the dough, you gotta sprinkle everything, you gotta put it all there.
Okay.
It's not even like it's a frozen pizza. It's more like a dough, and then he has to put all the toppings.
I can do that.
Alright guys, it is finally finished. We got it done. We're gonna check in with our guest, with Nigel and with Trey, to find out if loose seeds have finished theirs. Hey guys, what's up, man?
What's up?
Oh, how did it go? How did it go? Sorry?
Good, man. We're really good. Smelling great in here.
Nice. So
nice.
we got ours right here. We just want to show you. Look at that.
I see.
Hey, let's see yours. Let's see yours. What you guys got?
Check it out. All right.
Oh, snap. Whoa.
Whoa,
Okay.
that was good.
Y'all went deep. You're making me want to eat some meat.
Thank you.
Oh,
That was my props, Dad.
sorry. And Nigel did an amazing
Thank
job.
you.
Amazing job.
Let's go feed our woman, man. Let's go feed him.
Let's do it. Let's be family. All right, man.
Oh, hey, Nikki.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, so the food is ready.
Yeah.
So we wanted to come and get you guys and share with what we got.
Oh! I'm so excited. My goodness, this looks good.
Oh my goodness. Taste too. I want to taste
Okay.
too. Here we go. You're thinking of the shrimp.
Wait, hold on.
Isn't this for us?
Sauce.
Whoa.
So that is lemon sauce. We got lemon and butter, a lemon butter sauce, and then you got the traditional Cajun.
This feels good, even with the lemon butter.
Y'all, this bell pepper.
Wait, let me taste the sausage.
The sausage slaps.
This? Y'all, I'm sorry, I can't cook like this. I'm sorry to my future husband, I'm sorry.
We got that covered. We'll do a dad and daughter episode next time. Today, I am going to be fixing Mediterranean lentil soup. I like to pair it up sometimes with a piece of naan or some type of pita bread and some type of salad. So here I gathered all of my items, and what I have here is I have red lentils. I like to use red lentils with this particular dish. We got our onions. I'm gonna put some garlic in it. It doesn't usually come with garlic, but I'm gonna put a little bit of garlic in it. I also have my fresh parsley. We're gonna put lemon in there as well. We're gonna put cumin. So you wanna get your cumin. I use both the powder and the seed. The cumin powder goes deeply in it, but the seeds give it a rich flavor as well. I also am gonna put some nutritional yeast in there. I use this vegan broth base seasoning that has a chicken flavor, but of course it's vegan. And then I also blend that with a little bit of turmeric, and this is a turmeric salt. And then of course I have blends of different types of peppers: white pepper, black pepper, black peppercorn pepper to just give it a little bit additional flavor. We also put basmati rice in there as well. So we're gonna pull this all together and I'll show you how it's done. Okay guys, so it was just as simple as that. Very quick meal to fix for your family. It's on the stove. It will be there for another 45 minutes just simmering. And now I want to introduce you to my friend Roy. He's coming on. He's gonna join me in the kitchen as I'm waiting for the food to be fixed. We're gonna have a word with him about feeding our souls. Yo, what's up, bro?
Hey.
Oh my goodness, good to see you, man.
Good to see you too, man. How you doing, Mirthell?
Good, good. You know, Roy, this is my boy Roy.
What's up?
Friends for a long time. What, 2005?
I want to say 2005, 2006, but it's been a long time, man. It's been it seems like I've known you even before that. Like that's how our relationship is, you know?
That is true. No, this is my boy from a long time, from back in Toronto days.
Yes, yes.
Roy right now, he's doing big things. He is the co-host, co-owner of Black Fathers Media. He's also a co-owner of Black Fathers Matter podcast. He is also the owner and founder of The Connect and of Miji, which is Made in God's Image. So Roy, you're doing big things. I'm very proud of what you're doing. Every time that I hear from you, you're always going up to that next level.
We've seen it all, you know, been through it all, the ups and downs, the highs and lows, you know. We share we share the same realtors, we share the same U-Haul trucks.
Right, in our moves. When I'm losing my house and I got
getting evicted at the same time.
And you guys are getting evicted and we're pulling together, getting a U-Haul truck. Yeah. I use my U-Haul truck, move my family, then I switch off, give you the U-Haul truck, your family. Dude,
all that coordination, exactly.
You know what me and Rita say? We call it from the struggle life to the Onyx life. You know me.
That's what's up.
From the struggle life.
Of course, man. And then you know it's a testimony, man, just to see where you are right now, and even the major things you're doing in your life.
Yeah. So I just gave you a tour. I just gave you a virtual tour of my home.
That's right.
I'm in right now, and it's
beautiful. Inspiration. You know, it's great to sit back and watch. You know, God take you through this journey. You know what I mean? And like I mentioned to you earlier, man, I've been front row seats eating popcorn while I'm going through it, but I'm watching. And God's like, yo, see what I'm doing with him and his family. You know what I mean? So, yo, you've been definitely one of those guys that have definitely strengthened my faith in God. I'll put it out like that. Man, you know what I'm saying?
I appreciate it. So I had to have you on, you know, Feed the Soul.
Yes.
Episode 1. One.
That's how it is. Day 1, episode 1. Let's go. Let's go. I love this. Man, like, listen, you've been doing a lot of cooking. And I see you in the kitchen.
I am.
You know the question I'm going to ask you is, what are we cooking today?
Right. Okay.
What you got, man?
So today, I'm going Mediterranean. And my favorite meals in the restaurant that I used to frequent back in Toronto. It was a Mediterranean joint, and we used to go there and we used to get like all our favorites. And they used to have a lot of plant-based meals, but there was a lentil soup that they used to make. And I was just like, I gotta figure out how to make this. So today I'm making my famous lentil soup. It's one of those staples that can feed you, high in fiber, but yet low in calories. And so it's one of those great meals that satiates your stomach. Like it really makes you full. It makes you feel like you're eating meat, because I still like the flavor of meat. So whenever I make anything, I try to make it like it has meat in it.
right. You need that sustainable substances that, you know.
Right.
Give you
So
that.
I throw a little bit of cumin in there. You know, it's all
Yeah.
about how you flavor things. And so, yeah, I'm making my famous lentil soup. So I'll share with the recipe with you for sure. I want to get into what you're cooking up because, you know, you're talking about me killing the game and me. But bro, like I'm watching you with this thing called Miji, like Made in God.
Yes.
And I'm watching you with Black Fathers Matter. And I'm just saying, like, the connect. Like, these are like really heavy stuff that you're giving people that is feeding the soul. Bro, you're feeding people's souls. Like, tell me about it.
That's right, man. No, I appreciate that, man. And you know, like, I'm doing God's work. That's how I look at it. Everything he's put inside of me, going forward, I do what I love. And he's put this in my heart. You know, I was a young father. I was 20 years old when I had my first kid. And it was a time where I never had, me and my dad's relationship wasn't the greatest. I didn't have peers around me that were going through what I was going through. And if they were not doing it the way I was trying to do it.
Gotcha.
On a level of honoring and pleasing God. You feel me? Right. So I went through that struggle. I had to learn how to be a father. I had to learn how to be a husband on my own pretty much. And just, you know, praying about it and trying to walk with God. So, you know, when I got older, and it's always been on my heart I want to give back. I don't want guys to go through what I went through. So, you know, we gave birth to me and my man, Ralph Bryan. Shout out to Ralph Bryan, man. We gave birth to Black Fathers Media.
Okay.
Right. And Black Fathers Media, we have Black Fathers Matter podcast. So in the podcast, we discuss a lot of things about, you know, with two Black fathers. He started a little bit later in the game. I'm from East Africa. He's from Harlem. You know, he started his journey as a father at 40. I started my journey when I was 20. So we came together, two different worlds, and we just sit there and talk about different, you know, we talk about sports. We talk about all the things that fathers would talk about, aside from, you know, we talk about kids, relationships, and stuff like that.
But man, like that name, Black Fathers Matter, like that's a tight name. Like
it's a powerful name.
Obvious because everyone's talking about Black Lives Matter, but when I heard you say Black Fathers Matter, I was just like, whoa, where did that come from? Like, you know, let
me tell you this, man. The number one agenda, right? And we may go and get a little deep in this, but the number one agenda of society is to break the home, right? A lot of Black fathers are incarcerated. A lot of Black fathers are dead. There's a lot of broken families out there because the devil knows, I'm going to get a little deep with it. The devil knows if I take the father out the house, everything runs wild. There's no guidance. There's no structure. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is to fight and you know, to fight to maintain that. And educate people that, yo, we got to be better as fathers. Right. Because, you know, when the father's not in the household, the kids struggle. They going through stuff.
And you know what? Shout out to all the single mothers that are mothers. Shout out to those mothers that have had to take up the mantle when we Black men have not stood up to do what we're doing. But their glory and their strength that I honor right now and that I that I look up to, they should have never had to do it by themselves.
No, they shouldn't have to.
They should have had one of us strong Black men beside them, lifting them up, praising them, rubbing their feet, you know.
That's right. We got to protect our women.
There that should have been taken care of, you know, having a Black man to cook for you. So, so us saying that Black Fathers Matter and us highlighting the role that we should be playing in the family is not to take away from our strong Black woman. It's just to say, listen, it wasn't meant to be for you to have to do this on your own.
Exactly.
You needed to be there to love on you, to lift you up, and to let the kids know, hey, honor this Black queen. So yeah, I'm right there.
That's right, man. You know, we like, you know, it's all about protecting our women too. You know what I mean? Because I have daughters, you have daughters. And it's one of those things where I wanted to do it in a way where it's like, yo, I can help people and say, hey, you know what? You may be a young father, you may be an older father, but listen, man, you got to know your why. You know what I mean? We got to take care of our kids. We're raising future kings and queens. This is the future of society, right? Our world is going through a lot of mess right now. And a lot of the situations that's happening is because the fathers are not available. The moms are not available. So yeah, definitely shout out to the single moms, single pops out there playing the two roles. You know, and so when we started it kind of,
you know what? I like what you just said, because a lot of times there is not, and that's your platform. Your platform is like Black fathers. So it's all Black fathers. It's Black fathers that are in healthy relationships, healthy marriages, Black fathers that are in dysfunctional relationships, dysfunctional marriages. Black fathers are in so many different spaces trying to do different things. Shout out to all strong Black men.
That's what's up.
Don't give up, even if they're in something that is more challenging. You know what I'm saying?
And there's so many reasons why there's so many things that we can give up. I mean, like, you know, there's so much stuff the society throws at us.
Yeah.
Where it can be like, man, I'm done with this. I can't do this. But you know what, man? That is going to fulfill the devil's agenda. We ain't here to do that, man. I'm trying to teach my kids what a black man, a black father's supposed to do.
Right.
I'm trying to showcase that. I'm trying to be the poster child for my community. And I could walk down the streets of my community, and a lot of my day one guys, like I grew up with, they'll be like, man, we remember you when you had that kid.
Right.
And you still holding it down. And you know what? The fact that they say that,
tell me about
that speaks volumes to me.
Right. Tell me about that story where, you know, because I know your story, but they didn't know the story. Like,
man, I was homeless, man. Me and my parents didn't see eye to eye. So they ended up, we ended up parting ways. So I lived, I spent a lot of time in, sleeping in bus stops, staircases in buildings. I even did the shelter thing. And then, I met the mother of my daughter, and, we were together. She got pregnant. And I said, you know what, man? I don't even have a house. I don't have a pot to piss it, but I don't care about what I don't have. I care about what I'm going to get.
Right.
And that's this baby's on the way. And I'm going to do everything in my power and strength to make sure she is taken care of and give her the things that I never got. See, in life, man, your parents, there's a lot of things we learn from our parents, a lot of good things we learn from our parents, but even the stuff that they may have not taught us, like the lack of support, the lack of emotional connection, it teaches us a lot, taught me a lot. Right. Now I'm like, man, I want to give her all of that.
Right.
And that's what fueled me. And I could not, like can't is not in my vocabulary when it comes to that. Although a lot of guys are like, yo, you ruined your life. You have a baby. What's wrong with you? You're only 20. You're supposed to get out there and have fun with all these women. And I'm like, nah, dude, I ain't cut from that cloth. You know what I mean? God put me here for a reason. So that's how, so Black Father, it's been a burning desire in my heart for me to find a way to help people that have been through my situation and show them, yo, look at me now.
Right.
Yeah, I was homeless, You know
what, Roy? I know a lot of us, men, like, no matter what context we're in, we like to show our strength. So, you know what? You take away our freedom and put us in prison. Well, we're in prison lifting them weights, iron. We're still strong. We're still resistant. Going in the library, I've seen men in the prison system getting their
learning,
building their mind. But there's something about you, Roy, that I have not seen a lot of men being able to bench press what you bench press. And I'm talking about a household for years. You're one of the strongest men I know. And we got to start thinking differently as men. Like, what makes us a big man? Is it how much money we make?
That's right.
It is. It involves, making money for you.
It plays a little part to that.
It does involve keeping your health together. But I haven't seen someone bench press a household. And let me tell you something. When I watched you in your relationship with your daughters and with your family and with your wife, I have seen you holding up your household.
Yeah, that's right.
Like emotionally bench pressing and trying to keep things together. And for me, like, you're the muscle man of the year for me. I haven't had to lift that kind of heavy load like I've seen you lifting some heavy loads. And I got to give you your props, man. You.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
You're benching a house.
That's right. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. My strength, it sounds a little cliche and stuff, but my strength does come from God, man. I stay grounded. I talk to God every day. And just because I've been benching a household, things don't always happen the way we may think it's going to happen. Like God's plan for me was a different plan. Yeah, I was married. I'm not married right now. You know what I mean? Divorced. But that don't stop me. I was a father before I was a husband. You feel me?
Wow.
So that's how Black fathers matter. We're going to keep doing this, man. And, I've always had a heart to connect my people, my community to God. I've always had a heart to connect my people to, like things I've been through.
Right.
Like homelessness. I'm going to try to make sure that nobody goes through that. So I'm always going to try to spit game to these young guys and tell them, yo, dude, I know it must be hard right now, but yo, you can do this. Look at me.
Right.
You know what I mean? I had so much against me. I was swimming against the current for years, and I don't even know how I got there. But you know what? The only thing I can say is, man, God pushed me forward.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And life will show you.
Your faith was like a really huge part of your story,
To the point where, you know what? It was just like, listen, if she's not the woman for me, well, so be it.
Right.
I know you got something better for me. You know, but while I was in that relationship,
that's hard. That must be hard for you to say that.
It was.
I know how hard you fought for your marriage. I know how hard you fought.
I did.
For your family and how much you love your girl. So I know that burden was a huge one. But one of the things that you teach me, Roy, as I just observed you and I just admire you, is that your faith is that when you have faith is not like is like I'm following plan A. You know, this is the design that how God designed things. And I'm following that and I'm killing the game in plan A. But remember, hey, redemption and Jesus Christ is plan B. It ain't plan A.
Right.
Redemption was plan B. And you can't take Jesus away from me. You can't take Yeshua. You can't take God, the Messiah, away from me, because plan B is just as sweet. Plan B still speaks the height and the depth of God's love. Plan B.
That's right.
So I may be still in my plan A, married, you know, nuclear family, all that kind of stuff. But in God's family accommodates for plan A and plan B. And his plan B, redemption, is still sweet. So there's redemption after divorce. There's
of course. Yeah.
So, like, you are that story for me, and you let me know that no matter what, faith can still be your story. That's right. You still can have life.
Always
your story.
Thanks, man. You know what? My plan B is to make God's plan A work. God's plan A for my life is my purpose, why I'm put on this planet. Right now, we get caught up in like, I got to hold this person's hand to fulfill this purpose. But God's like, yo, dude, this is your purpose. It's not her purpose. Where you got to go, some people can't go. So you got to understand, and, you know, you got to release certain people. You got to let go of certain things, because my job on this planet, I love my kids. You know what I mean? But my job is my number one priority is to do what I was put on this planet for, and which is to serve. I'm put here to serve, man. It's not about me. It's not about all these shows and all these things I'm doing. All these shows is just to connect my people to, like, the show I have, the Connect. It's a visual Black app where I'm connecting my community to Black excellence. Yo, you want to talk? You talk about you need a pastor? I'm gonna connect you to the Black pastors. I'm gonna connect you to Black plumbers. Anybody doing big in the community, let's connect you to that. So that's how I have to connect. I've always been the plug throughout my whole high school.
Right.
You know, yo, where can I get this gear? I got the place. Where can I get these sneakers? I'm sending these guys, like, you know what I mean?
You're connecting people, constantly connecting people.
So that's a part of my love. So, you know, I did that. And then with me, G, bro, no matter what I've been through, and no matter how homeless and broke I was, and no matter how I slept on the stairwells and all that, I'm a king, G.
Yeah.
I was a king, even in that. I was not like, oh, I'm a homeless dude. I'm a bum. Look at me. I was not that. I was made in God's image. I had to go through that, just like Moses had to go through the desert. That was my desert.
Right.
It didn't change. It did not define me. I'm still a king. I'm still made in God's image. So with that show, I was like, yo, now I want to tap in and connect people to different understandings of the Word of God. So that's why, you know, we talk on things like faith. What does that really mean, right? What does it really mean to be made in God's image? Is it the aesthetics, or is it the character of God? What are we following here, right? And there's a lot of confusion in the streets. A lot of my guys, they don't, you know, they follow the wrong thing. And that show, Miji, made in God's image, was to kind of redirect them. Once again, connect them to the light. And also share my story. A lot of stuff, like, I'm a war child. I've been through two wars. The day after I was born, I had guns to my head. You know, like goons came up, tried to rob my parents, which they ended up doing, but they threatened to kill me if they didn't get stuff. This is like coming out the hospital, like 24 hours after. So these things I've been through, man, I almost died of asthma like 8 times. Mercy. I've been through the Gulf War. You know, I've been homeless. I've seen my parents struggle, dude. You know what I mean? And these things, I didn't go through these by accident. God's like, yo, what you think I did? I put you through these things to tell people, right? So I'm working on a book. It's called Walk With Me.
Yes. Okay.
And it has 2 meanings. I'm telling the people to walk with me. Okay. But I'm also letting them know I'm walking with God, and God is walking with me.
Right.
So, you know what I'm saying? So
in this book,
yes,
if I read this book, I am going to be able to get the background story.
Oh, you can get
what it is to be raised in war-torn zones.
Yes. Early interracial days, dealing with racism.
Wow.
Ugandan father, Indian Portuguese mother. And now you're too brown for your black family. You're too black for your Indian family. So, you're going to get the book starts off in East Africa. Starts off from my birth. Starts off with the war with Idi Amin. So I'm taking you on this journey while God is taking me on this journey.
I can't wait to read it.
So we're working on that. That's going to be coming out end of, we're saying fourth quarter 2021. And in 2022, we're going to take it to another level and make that book into a documentary/movie. Right. So now I've been in the studio because we making a soundtrack. And this soundtrack is going to have like the whole African fusion, the Indian fusion, the Middle East, because I live there too. So I'm really taking you on a loop around the world. And the story would end as to where I'm at right now, living my purpose. And that's just the beginning.
I love it, bro. I love it. That is amazing. I am so glad that I was able to get you on the show to be able to share that. Because I think wait a second. Oh, yo,
I heard a beat going on there, man. Got to get that food.
I got to go get that food. But listen.
Yeah.
I got to go to finish this up. But before we go, you got to tell me, I'm a foodie.
Yes, sir.
You know that
we both foodies.
We foodies. And you know that I love to feed my family.
That's right.
So that's
facts.
And that's how I feed my soul. I feed my soul through food. And food is extremely important because, like you said, it connects. It connects us. So quickly, tell the audience, how do you feed your soul?
How I feed my soul, man. I'll tell you this. We made in God's image, right? This is a temple. This right here is a temple. This is a shell. When we die, we leave the shell behind. Our bodies get elevated to heavenly beings. So how I feed my soul, I take care of my temple, man. I take good care of what God has given me. I try to be healthy. I try to eat right. I talk to God every day, man. I have this relationship with God, and I encourage everybody out there, man, build their relationship with God. Get in line with what His purpose in your life is, and just take care of what He's given you. Be faithful with everything you got that He's given you, whether it's kids, whether it's a relationship, whether it's food, whether it's your body, your health. That's how I do it, man.
That is a word. We're going to end off with that. I'm going to go get this food so I can go feed my family and feed our souls. But thank you so much for coming on.
Anytime.
Roy, it was a pleasure having you.
Pleasure.
Hey, go and search out Roy, Black Fathers Matter.
Let me throw the plugs out there real quick. So, you guys can follow me on BLK Family, BLK Fathers Matter podcast. We on IG. The Connect, we on YouTube, Michi on YouTube, we're on Spotify, Apple Podcasts. You can check us out. Walk With Me coming at the end of this year, so look out for that. And man, support my man over here too, man. He's doing big things. You know what I mean?
Thanks a lot, Roy, for coming out, man. Hey,
of course, man.
All right, and you know what? I'll ship some food over to you.
Yes, please do. I appreciate it.
I'll UPS it down. You know what? Before we go, this guy. I was in California. This guy and his wife, these Guyanese, she threw down with some roti. I was feeding for some roti. Couldn't find roti anywhere in California. I had to
made it happen, man.
They UPS me some roti, kept me for weeks.
Yes, sir.
So I got to get you that, man. I'm going to UPS some of this.
It's all love.
Package it up. I'm going to send it.
Yeah. I'll be waiting.
The meal is ready, y'all. It looks good. Let's check it out. Today, we are going to be making vegan lasagna. So we're gonna make it without the noodles, without the pasta, and we are gonna substitute the pasta with zucchini slices, and we are gonna substitute any type of meat or meat substitute products with things like mushrooms, bell peppers, onions, and just a medley of vegetables seasoned well. And for the cheese, we are gonna make a vegan ricotta cheese using chickpeas, nutritional yeast, a little bit of almond are seasoned with a variety of seasons, and some of those would be like my freshly grown thyme and garlic, organic garlic. All products are fresh, all products are organic. So we're about to get started, and we will also have a special guest on the show today as well. now that we got all our vegetables chopped, we'll now start on our vegan cheese. All right, so we have everything ready. We have steamed the vegetables. If you want to, you can put some type of tomatoes, blend up tomatoes and put in, or you can put your favorite tomato sauce, whatever you like, and then season that. We also have our zucchini ready and we have our cheese ready. So now we are gonna set up our lasagna. All right, so our dish is done. I am about to put it in the oven and we are gonna talk to our guest. So now, as it's in the oven, I'm gonna introduce you to one of my friends who is going to share with us a little bit about himself and how he feeds his soul.
Jules, what's going on, bro? Oh my
God. It's great to see you, man. It's great to see you.
This is Julian Johnson. He is the founder of Built to Thrive, LLC. He is also the host of a morning show, a Saturday morning show called Word Power. Julian has been a dynamic force even in the sports industry. He has been asked to provide spiritual support for NASCAR. You wouldn't be surprised if one morning you turn it on and he's the one that is offering the opening prayer. He's also been asked to be the chaplain support in the bubble of the NBA playoff bubble 2019-2020. So big things are coming your way, Julian. You're helping executives build their life together so that they can thrive from the family to the business. Big things. Great to have you on, and I'm looking forward to this interview.
Mirthell, man, it's been a pleasure to be able to know you, but also to be on this program. I think feeding the soul is so important. It's not just about food, but it's about your life. And I'm so excited about this conversation today, and I'm honored to be your guest.
Wow, thanks. Well, you know what? Today, before you came on my show, you were on daddy duty.
That's right.
What about that?
Man, today my daughter Julia had an opportunity to cook and do a master chef cooking class for a convocation that has 150 churches associated with that convocation. She cooked macaroni and cheese cups. She took fruit kebabs with French toast on it, something I'd never had before. And man, she was so good. It was great and an honor for me just to be in the background to help my daughter out fulfill one of her dreams today.
I was so impressed. I looked at the images on your social media. I was so impressed to see that idea. I was unfamiliar with an idea like that. Where did she come up with that? Because she had like fruit on there, then she had some French toast on there, and she did it just like a shish kebab, and then she drizzled it with some type of like cream cheese kind of sauce. Like what? Like where did she come up with that?
Man, she found some recipes on Pinterest, but she's really creative. So she adds her own special touch to everything, and she really did a great job. And even some adults said that they learned some new cooking techniques from her. She has her own company, Bakery Bliss, so we're trying to encourage her. And our other daughter, Morgan, she's very into sustainable energy. So we're going from eating the food to using the food as energy, not only for our bodies, but for the environment as well. So that's exciting.
Oh my goodness. Like that is awesome. And I am almost certain that your children are being built to thrive because their father is very intentional about making sure that the foundation is laid properly. So, kudos to you on that.
I think as a parent is my job, and I have an honor of being with my wife of 18 years. And we together cook up a great recipe every single day that encourages our kids to live their best life.
Oh man, like, you know what? Why don't you just go ahead and host this show, man? You just got the words. That is awesome. I really like the way that you place that. And that's the thing about you, Jillian. You are really good at what you do as a father, as a husband, as a friend. And I'm really looking forward to really getting into it with how you cook up your own recipe of success. But before we get into that, let me just tell the audience how me and Jillian met. So I actually knew Jillian prior to, I knew Jillian's wife prior to knowing Jillian. We grew up in Toronto, Canada. We went to the same school. She was always a grade below me. I was in grade 4. She was in grade 3. I was in grade 5 for grade 4. And so I got to know Melissa before you. And then you got to know Rita before you knew me in graduate school when we all came together. You were in Rita's class.
That's right. So we met each other in school in Alabama, and we had a mutual friend. So I got to know Rita through our mutual friend. And as a result of that experience, I knew Rita was always energetic. She was always innovative, and she always was on the cusp of something great. And when you all got together, it just got even better. We were celebrating when you all got married. And then when you went to Canada, it's interesting, man, that you're Canadian, my wife's Canadian, my wife's American, and I'm American. We all have something in common, and we even gelled even better in grad school as well.
That is true. That is true. So that's when me and Jillian met. We met in grad school. When we all came together, we were in the seminary because we were studying at the time to be pastors.
Yeah.
Neither of us are doing traditional pastoral ministry anymore. We've kind of doing our own unique version of our ministry and how we feed the soul. But that's where we met, and we had some good times, man. I have some good memories. But one of the trips that it was the epic trip of all times that I remember me and you took. It was an 8-hour round trip, so it was 4 hours away, 4 hours back.
That's right.
Where we were living was close to the border of Indiana. It was in Michigan, but it was close to the border of Indiana. We had to drive all the way north up to the Canadian border because I had to do something. I can't even remember what I had to do because the focus was going to share with you poutine.
Oh my goodness!
I had not eaten poutine yet.
No, I have not.
I was ready to share with you the great North. I would say it's almost our staple.
Yes, man. Poutine. When we went, I was so excited and I was ready to eat the poutine. And I said, you know what? To describe what poutine is, to say the word poutine doesn't give it justice.
Right.
And poutine is French fries at the bottom. It's cheese curd on top. And then it is gravy to bring it all together. And I'll tell you, Mirthell, for a special gift for my wife. Now, this sounds strange. I got some cheese curd for my wife, and she almost started crying when it was delivered at the door. She said, I can't believe you got me cheese curd. I said, man, I had to have some poutine. This is, Mirthell, I think that we should open a chain of poutine restaurants.
I think so.
But I'm going to tell you where to start. We should start in Mississippi.
Yeah.
We should start in Arkansas, Alabama, and Georgia. Because I know people there would wonder, what in the world is this? But they would eat it up. I'm telling you. I think
it's that hot gravy. Mixing
that's right
cheese curds and making it melt over. Oh man. But that was quite a trip, and I never forgot it. But yeah, it's just that's from then on. I've been cooking up. I've been just cooking up recipes and and doing big things. So it's great to really have you on the show, man.
And it's great, man. I'm glad to be here. But I know you're cooking. What are you cooking today?
So today I'm actually cooking vegan lasagna. It's one of the dishes that I used to fix when I first got married, when I would, try to create a romantic setting. I'd get my candles, I'd get some Welch's grape juice, my wine glasses and show off and fix her lasagna. I think it was probably one of the first dishes that I ever fixed her as far as like a romantic meal is concerned. So definitely getting into that. And the thing about doing it vegan, because before I wasn't always vegan, but doing it vegan now, I try to maintain the same flavors, but the health benefits are incredible. Like, for example, when I first met you, when we were out in the seminary, I was 325 pounds.
Wow.
And from my transition to eating a vegan or a plant-based lifestyle, I have lost I'm just a few pounds away from 100 pounds now.
Wow. That's amazing, man.
I got a cookbook coming, man. I got you, man. It's got a Feed Your Soul cookbook.
I love it. Coming very soon to a stream tab near you. Feed Your Soul cookbook.
There you go. And I probably am gonna have to put some vegan poutine in there too.
That sounds good to me.
Hey, anyhow, what have you been cooking up, man? Because I know you're cooking up a lot of good things. Built to Thrive. You've got your show on Saturday mornings, Word Power. Tell us a little bit more about what you got cooking up.
Man, so I'm excited about what's been going on in my life lately. And I have a company called Built to Thrive, and it exists to support the spiritual and emotional health of executive leaders. I believe that if the leaders have a healthy mind, then everybody else in their company will see that and they will go for that as well, be attracted to that. And it's a place where vision and legacy connect. And one of the things that I find, Mirthell, with executive leaders is that they really want somebody to talk to, but they want somebody that they can trust to talk to. Right. And what I've found is that people have told me, they said, man, I feel like you're easy to talk to. And about 90% of the people who talk to me, they say, listen, man, I would come back and recommend you to my friends. And we've had some transformational breakthroughs, some opportunities, the gaps of where, as a leader, you want to share your passion, but you're not sure how. And I was talking to a leader this past week, and she was telling me how she sends out emails late at night. And I said, listen, is that the kind of leader that you want to be? And she said, well, I do it kind of because I'm not sure how I'll be received any other way. And when we get down to the bottom line of what somebody is running from, either in their past or in their present, then it's easier for somebody to own and claim the present as their opportunity for growth. And their mindset opens up, their company opens up, and people around them feel the connection that they're so much seeking. And I think a lot of time today, man, because of COVID, the pandemic, there's a lot of turnover. And if your company is having a lot of turnover, listen, I want to come and journey with you, because I believe there are ways to get the secret sauce out of your company that will bless you and everybody else. People don't go into business, Mirthell, because they want to make money. They go into business because they want to help people. But too often, the side of helping becomes diminished and the money becomes a priority. So what I do is to help people set their priorities back in order, where they want to serve, they want to mentor, they want to grow. And I do that because we have the next generation of leaders that are so much in standing need of positive images of how to discuss and how to function in a way that's going to be meaningful, both for their company, but also for themselves.
Yeah, and that's the kind of guy that I've always found you to be as a friend. You've been so inspiring. I remember in university when we were there, like you were networking with everyone. You were talking with everyone. You got to know everyone. And it was so genius. You didn't know at the time. I didn't realize how genius it was. But afterwards, I saw this trait working in your life today. And you know so many people, and you're able to like pull people together. So you're a connector. You're not just giving people good information, but you connect people with one another. And that's what I like about your strategy is bigger than just informational. You inspire, and then you connect people together. And I love that. I walked into this bar. It was a bar restaurant. It was an Indian restaurant, but they had a bar there. And there was a man sitting at the bar. And I sat down while I was waiting for my food. I'm not a drinker, so I'm at the bar, but I'm just waiting for my food.
Yeah.
And he just started pouring into me. Like, I was like, so what brings you here? And he just started pouring into me. He was an executive, and he didn't want to go home. He told me, I don't want to go home because when I get home, there's going to be some challenges. Maybe
that's right,
and different things. So he needed a break between leaving this high-powered work to be able to just find a spot, to just find himself, to relax, to just unwind before he had to now go home to deal with another set of challenges that he was going to have to executively make decisions. One of the things I like about you, Julian, is you're that guy that guy at the bar wants to sit beside because you're just so down to earth.
Man, I'm blessed, man. I'm blessed. And I've learned, I live by the Bible verse that says a person that has friends have to show themselves friendly. And I believe that it's possible for us to find ways to connect with people. One of the things about the Thrive for me is that not only is it just about connecting with people, not just about coaching, but teaching people how to thrive through tenacity, humility, resilience, innovation, value, and excellence. So those are my Thrive points that I give to people. And I talk to people in groups from those principles and perspectives. And you would be amazed to see the transformation that people have had as we've talked together, not just the executives, but also their families as well. Because think about it, the secret sauce, the real passion behind somebody. If you want to know a person find their family, and they'll show you who they are. And the blessing of being able to do this, Built to Thrive, is that every week I get the opportunity on Word Power to connect with people, to recharge, encourage them, and inspire them. So it's a 15.
You do that for free.
That's for free because I have a passion for it. And listen, Mirthell, my goal is to help 1 billion people. I want to help 1 billion people to live to their maximum potential. Because think about it, man, not everybody has access to the same resources or the same community, but everybody has potential. So I have a nephew that's severely autistic, but every time I see him doing something different and growing, he's helping to maximize his potential. And when I see executive leaders who are growing from level to level, whether they start out as a director, they move to vice president, there's some things that you can only learn in this season of life. Wherever you're watching this right now, there's some things you can only learn in this season of life that you could not have learned before. So why not connect with me and let's journey together so you can be more than what you thought you could be.
No, I 100% endorse you, not just as my friend, but I have had a personal influence or I've had a personal impact from your influence in my life. You know, they always say that the top 5 people in your life, you want to make sure that you keep good people around because they're going to be the influences of who you are. And for my journey today, you're definitely one of my top 5 people. And I remember when we were kind of going through some challenges in pastoral ministry, I remember you were the first guy that I watched go from the struggle to be able to survive and then thrive. In what you do, and you transitioned very well. And I watched you transition to another career that was more in line with your giftedness. I watched you go through your PhD and become a doctor of what you do best. And it was just so inspiring to watch you on that journey. And then to have this like a one-on-one person, like I said, you're the guy that is the executive like myself. Now that I am, an executive of Onyx Star Media, the secret sauce behind that is having great people in my life like you. I'm the guy at the bar. I want you sitting beside me because you're going to be able to relate to me as a one-to-one buddy, but you're going to get me to that next level family-wise, my business. So, I mean, I'm glad that you have free opportunities like your Word Power, but you also have some paid coaching opportunities that is completely worth the investment. Tell me a little bit about that.
Man, so what I do in my coaching opportunities, and thank you so much, Mirthell, you are in my top 5 as well, because when I was thinking about making a transition, I knew I couldn't tell everybody about it, but I knew I could talk to you about it and it would be confidential, but we'd also be praying together and be accountability partners as well. So for my coaching opportunities and my consulting, what I do is I go into businesses and I talk to them about what is going on in their business. And you kind of have to feel the temperature in the room. And when given permission and opportunity, I've helped people. I have a mentee that has increased his nonprofit. They went up, had a goal, and we mentored him, and he raised his goal 300% as a result of mentoring and talking and encouraging. Another person told me that their marriage was saved. So what I do when I come in to consult, I want to hear about what's going on in your business, what's going on in your life, but what are the gaps from a change management perspective? How can I assist you to help to grow through that as opposed to just going through it? Because going through something, you can have all the trappings of the stress, the anger, the emotion, but a lot of companies right now are finding themselves at a tipping point because they're trying to figure out how to retain talent, but how to infuse the culture with something that's meaningful. And so not only do I do coaching, but it's also a brand of culture that helps to encourage and inspire and uplift your team. So I want to come with you, connect, whether it's on a counseling session, a coaching session, or retreats for your team, or being a consultant with your entity. So one of the things I've been blessed to be able to do is connect with a lot of leaders who are trying to find out what's going to be useful for their teams after COVID. So a lot of times we haven't even had time to breathe during COVID because we're always trying to catch up. But I have a system of supporting leaders and an emotional support connection that's going to help not only your team, but also you to be able to connect and thrive through these moments.
That is remarkable. And you know what role, because I do know that you've had several levels of education from your bachelor's, master's, right up into your doctoral program. How do you find that working in the area of chaplaincy, all the licensing that you've had to do, all your education, how has that kind of played a role into bringing all your skill sets together? Because I mean, you're not just a down-to-earth guy, you're a down-to-earth guy that knows what he's doing and knows how to move people to help them to thrive. Tell me a little bit about that training, how that played a role into it.
Man, so I've had probably about 3,000 hours of clinical training, and that clinical training has gone from not only classes, but dialogue and practice. So I'm not just sharing with you something that I think would work. I'm telling you something that has worked on me. Right. And I believe the best people who cook taste their own food first. Hey. And for me, I've definitely tasted my own food. And I'm going to tell you what it's done in my family life. My wife and I have become stronger and better as a result of some of the things that I'm teaching on Saturday morning, and especially the things that I coach people throughout the week. The investment is far, the value far exceeds the investment. And so often we look at something, why does it cost this much? Or why does it cost that much? It's because it's valuable, but it takes not only blesses you, but the next generation. So for that guy that's sitting at the bar, I want to ask him what's been going on in his life, what's been going on in his family, what's been some blinders. And a lot of times people are grieving, Mirthell, and they don't know how to express it. Sometimes it comes out in cursing, it comes out in sex, it comes out in alcohol abuse. And we really do a lot of self-harm when really we want to heal. So I help people not only heal the heart, but also to heal the soul. Oh. And that's what I love doing and helping people. It gives me so much energy.
This is amazing. This is an amazing conversation. And I definitely feel your energy. And I have been blessed by... Okay, that's the bell right there. I got to go and start to feed my wife and kids. But Jillian, it's been great talking to you. But before we go, I have to ask you this question. How do you feed your soul?
Well, I feed my soul through energy, through reflection, and through action and service. Okay. So I say energy from a perspective of I find some things to be grateful for throughout the day. I find some time to take some time in prayer, meditation, and just say, okay, God, fill me for this day so I can be a blessing to other people. Serving others energizes me. Seeing people grow energizes me. Taking care of my family, my beautiful wife, and my beautiful children energizes me, but also being able to help people to thrive. Please go to my website, www.builttothrive.me, and you'll find this resource and also others. You go to my YouTube page where you'll find not only the network show where we talk about how to help people to find community, gain connections, and experience compassion. And that's the show we interview people. And then there's a show also called Finding Your Purpose. Yes. So finally, the Word Power, which is live every Saturday morning.
That is an incredible story. And that's what this show is all about. Our mission is to tell the story, feed the soul, make them laugh, heal the heart. And you definitely have fed our souls today. Thank you so much, Jillian, for joining us. I'm about to go feed my wife and kids. And so I am glad that you have joined us. I'm going to go get to this right now and just say hello to your family and your friends.
Thank you so much.
All right, man. Take care, Jules.
All right.
The meal is ready, y'all, and it looks good. Hey, check it out. Today, I will be fixing a vegan cheesy potato soup. This is a very simple meal, but it's one of my family's favorites. And today, I'm kind of in a rush because I have to feed them and the time that they usually eat is gone. So I want to fix something really quick. Anyhow, we will also be having a special guest that will be joining us, one of my good friends. And so let's go. So the pot of soup is on the stove, and we're about to meet our guests now. Hey Marv, what's going on?
What's going on, Mirthell? Always good to see you, my friend.
Same here, man. Man, so listen, I want to introduce you to my audience. This is Marvin Clark, and he is the CEO and founder of Change for You. And this is a platform that is doing big things with a lot of amazing guests that he has on. I was privileged to be able to be on it not a few months ago, and we had a really good time. And what I like about you, Marvin, is that you practice what you preach, because I've seen some major changes in your life take place, and now you're giving back to others. So thank you for joining us on the show.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. And let me just say real quickly, Mirthell, I think this is phenomenal. I think it's true to the core what we need to hear and the conversation that's necessary in everyone's life when it comes to feeding your soul. So I appreciate it. And you're looking good. Your kitchen looks awesome. I can't wait to one day taste your amazing meals because I've been watching you.
Well, you know, it's going to happen soon. It's going to happen soon. We're going to claim that. So Marvin, we go way back, right? Back to school days. Your class was a grade below mine, and I knew you through church events and things of that nature. We will always be bumping into each other at different spots. But when I left, I went to a different high school, and then you came to the high school that I had just left.
That's correct.
But I still knew you from around the way, sort of like in the neighborhood. So, but that was way back in high school days. So we go back quite a ways.
Yeah, some good decades.
Yes, sir. And then of course, we went to the same university, and we both pursued pastoral ministry. And so we were colleagues for the longest time.
That's right. We served in the same conference, and it was an amazing experience while we were together, man. It was good.
Yeah, good times. So definitely. Here's another thing that we had in common. We both lost a ton of weight.
Yes.
Both lost a ton of weight. Now, I remember there was a particular event that we went to. It was a minister's retreat. It was in Alberta, and they flew all the pastors out there. And I remember that we were in sort of like this big lodge area, and we were there with a couple of other guys, and we were sitting there talking about our weight. And at that time, like roughly how many pounds were you?
Around that time, I think I was probably about 540.
Mercy.
Yeah, 540.
And at that time, I believe that I was at one of my highest, which was around 325. Wow. And so talk about change for you. Like, whoa, like look at us now. I am not too far from losing 100 pounds. So I've lost about maybe 85 to 90 pounds right now by this time. So where are you at right now? How many pounds have you lost?
Yeah. Well, first, congratulations. I think that's awesome. And I'm happy, you know, sometimes when you're on this journey of losing weight, you get really excited for the 50, 60, 70, 80 mark. Yep. And we want to shun that because we really want to go a little further. Right. And so that was my story and testimony. I'm actually now at 240. Woo! And so I dropped quite a bit, man, 300 pounds. Wow. And I'm excited. I'm still battling. Every day it's a challenge. Yep. Because I like to share and teach and preach that reality that every day you got to make an intentional decision to eat right and not eat wrong.
And it's being transparent that when you're going on this journey, it's not an easy one. And I will agree with you that it is really not an easy journey. You know, I have lost a lot of weight, you know, going down as much as I have, but I have plateaued. And it's when you hit that plateau, you have to now refocus and revision. How are you going to approach this new set of the journey? And so I'm on phase 2 of that journey, and it's going to require probably a whole lot more. So that's where change for you and your instruments that you give to others, that's when it really kicks in.
Oh, I love it. And let me just say, I think it's so powerful that you're willing to even entertain the idea that there could potentially be a phase 2. Because some people, when they plateau, they kind of say, man, I think this is it. And it's worth celebrating, right? It's worth staying there. Yeah. But the idea is you can keep going, and there's more that we can do. And so I love the fact that you're saying there's a phase 2 and sometimes a phase 3. So I celebrate you for that mindset, sir. I do.
Thank you. And you know what? We've had a few phone calls between each other as we shared kind of like where we're at. And I really appreciate that because, you know, as we've connected, especially during this pandemic, in fact, this year, me and you reconnecting, because back there at that lodge, we made a promise to each other that, you know, we're going to be each other's accountability partner and we're going to have a little competition. And that never really transpired. It kind of like, you know, it kind of never happened, but we did it separately. Individually, we did our thing and here we are. So now I think in phase 2 or phase 3, wherever you're at, I think it's worth going back to that promise that we made and doing a part of this this together.
I love it. I love it. And it's necessary. And let me just say for the record, Mirthell, since you and I have connected just recently, you've sparked me with a new motivation. I know some of the things you're doing to lose weight, and I've tried it and I've been successful. So I want you to know right now, live and direct on this platform, it works. It works. It works. It works. And I too felt like I was plateauing. And if I'm going to be honest with you, I was ready to throw in the towel and just enjoy where I was. But, you know, just in this recent conversation that you and I have been having for the past couple of weeks, and I'm taking on some of the things that you're teaching and sharing and exposing, now I'm finally saying, all right, let me try this thing one more time. And so this might be phase 4, 5, 6, as far as I'm concerned.
There you go.
Because sometimes you try and you lose, but you keep on trying.
You know, there's an African proverb that says, if you go alone, you'll go faster. And we tried that. And I think we did pretty good, didn't we? But then the proverb goes on to say, but if you go together, you go further.
There you go.
And so sometimes it's worthwhile not going faster, but going together so you can go further. So
most definitely. Most definitely.
Right.
All right. So, man, tell me something, man. What you got cooking today?
So what I have on the stove here is I am going to be fixing up some vegan cheddar potato soup. Right. So what I'm dealing with here is you know, potatoes, you know, organic potatoes. And then I season it with some flavors that are all vegan based. And it mimics that cheddar flavor. And I like to use a particular cheese, follow your heart cheese, that is a Parmesan cheese. And so, you know, I'm taking my audience through that today. And one of my family's favorite. It really is delicious.
Oh, man, I can only imagine. Right now, I wish I was literally your neighbor. That sounds so good. I can't lie to you, Mirthell. Cheddar cheese on top of that soup. Oh, potatoes. Oh,
yeah,
I can't
it's a
wait
simple
for my
meal,
turn.
but they every time that I fix it, they love it. And so I really felt like I wanted to share it with my audience. It's comfort food. So I make sure I add a little extra love into this soup.
I like that. What does that look like? Some extra love.
Man, the extra love is to make sure that I'm giving some special flavors to it. And, you know, it's like, it's not compromising the health of it because it's vegan and things like that, but it gives a little bit more flavor. I tend to watch my sodium level. I tend to watch certain things like that. I don't add oils in it and things like that.
Wow.
In this soup, I let my fingers go a little bit with the seasonings. That's to make sure that, you know, my family's enjoying themselves and still having a very delicious meal.
I love it. I love it. You know, it's so important when it comes to food that we don't compromise too many stuff because you want to enjoy your meal as well. And from what I'm hearing, I know they're going to enjoy this once again.
Right. So listen, what do you got cooking up? Because I know that you've got change for you. Big things are going on. I know that you've had a lot of really interesting guests on.
Yeah, for sure. So this movement called Change for You Today, it pretty much is birthed from the idea of the importance of change. It doesn't matter who you are, what stage of life you're in. Everyone needs to have some positive change and growth. And so the idea of Change for You Today is Change for You is an acronym. So it's CHANGE, the number 4, and the letter U. And here it is.
I see you repping that shirt.
Oh yeah, definitely. I got a little bit of merch as well with it. So Change for You, the acronym is choosing honesty allows new growth every day for you. And so the idea is you don't want to change for people. You don't want to change because of just a circumstance. You want to change for you. And when do you want to do it? You want to do it today. Let's not wait for tomorrow, next week, next month. The opportunity is here. Life is here. So let's choose to make that change today. Yeah.
Wow. And I feel it. You know, one of the things I like about when I talk with you is that you come with some real good energy. And I think that's important because there are some people that I know that will have knowledge and information. But when you're transferring knowledge and information, you also have to transfer energy that will motivate people. And what I love about you, Marvin, is you've always been a transformational person that sends energy to those that you're working with, those that you're talking to, your friends, you know, and it's just, that's very powerful. And I think that's important for change. Anybody that knows about change knows that, like, for instance, food, just trying to lose weight. You can have head knowledge that, you know, the food you're eating is not working. But if you don't have that energy, that positive energy that is motivating you every day to wake up and do it, you're going to eat the exact same way, even though you know it's not working for you.
Man, listen, Mirthell, you're hitting this thing on the head because I wrote a book recently called Your Change, Your Choice.
Okay.
And in that book, I address the issue of what is it that makes you wake up every morning and do what you do. There has to be more than just a purpose. There has to be more than just a plan. What is that fire starting kick that gets you up to put your 2 foot on the ground and say, guess what? I'm going to make some kind of change, transformation, choice today that's going to better me. And if you're a family person, your family, if you got a house, your home, your future, whatever it is. And so for me, I realized changing every day is not an option. It's something I got to do. Every day I got to make a change in my life. If there's something I used to do maybe later on in the afternoon, but I know it's not beneficial in the afternoon, guess what? It's time to do it in the morning. Yeah. If there's something that I used to do and I don't do it no more, guess what? It's time to change and go back to doing it. So we all need to make some adjustments in life. And the second we get too comfortable is when we get caught by surprise and we find ourselves doing things, acting a certain way. For me, eating stuff and practicing stuff that's not beneficial to my future or my purpose or the plan that I think God has for me.
Wow. So you're able to apply the principles clearly to your life, did amazing things in transforming your life. Is there anything else in your life that gives testimony to that? And when you meet somebody else, how do you transfer these principles to apply to something completely different? Like maybe somebody has something that does not relate to the necessarily food or something you've gone through. What are some of the steps, or how do you make that message transferable?
Yeah, excellent question. Excellent question, Mirthell. For me, what I've found out is that this principle that I apply to food, I'm also able to apply to that person that might be on an addiction situation where they're struggling with some other things. Someone else that maybe has a struggle with trying to find that partner in life, or a young person trying to find their dreams or goals and their wishes and wants. The idea is that you apply the simple principle, and it goes further in the book that I wrote, but it's a simple principle saying choosing honestly. You know, we're not very honest with ourselves. Matter of fact, if I may be so bold, my friend Mirthell, we're really good at not just lying to other people, but lying to ourselves.
Wow.
And what I love is, even when it comes to your cooking, you're telling us right off the bat, I let my fingers do a little extra sprinkling in the seasoning. You know, that's so important, right? Because if that idea is so true and it's necessary for someone that's tasting the food to know, oh, you're going to get some flavor, okay? You might not have some other things, but you're going to get some flavor. Right. And when you eat my food, you're going to say to yourself, I don't miss those other things. Right. And so it's choosing honesty. And when you do that, it in itself allows new growth. So you'll see some things you never saw before once you choose to be honest with your situation, your circumstance, and your story.
Wow. So where do I get this? I know that I get from getting your book, but you also have Change for You that is on, is it Instagram, or is it Instagram Live or Facebook? Where do we go to get that program?
Yeah, so for sure. So Change for You today is all about positive change. And so what I did is I recently did a spinoff for the past year, I believe. that's called Turn Up Tuesdays. Real simple. Turn Up Tuesday. And it's a verbatimly word that just pretty much talks about excitement, right? To be overjoyed. And so Turn Up Tuesday is where I interview a lot of different guests from different walks of lives that has different stories. And they pretty much share their experience to why it is that they're positive, why it is that they're making positive changes, how they've overcome some troubles and trials in their lives. And so it's really, really powerful. We've been able to hear from what some would consider the rich and famous, and then some that are considered the marginalized or unspoken of. And so men, women, boys, girls, they all get a chance to share and talk about that powerful change. So it's Turn Up Tuesday. It's on my Instagram platform, which is called Marvin G. Clark. Of course, you can also catch some of my information, books, workbooks on www.changeforyoutoday.com.
So I've been able to benefit from listening to a few of those. I remember listening to one, Devon Franklin.
Oh, yes.
And I was just like, wow, Marvin, you're really impacting people. And when you impact people on the level that you do, you draw a lot of positive people and a lot of big people to you. How are you able to get someone like a producer who's doing change in the lives of many others? Wasn't he responsible for the Pursuit of Happiness? I think
that's correct.
Pursuit of Happiness. So,
that's correct.
Stories about the changes that can happen in the lives of others, like that gentleman in the Pursuit of Happiness. How are you able to land interviews like that?
Yeah, as you mentioned, I think the energy and the transparency that I present, I think it's something that is what we all need. A lot of us are really good at acting out a part and pretending about who we are. But I try to let people know, listen, this is who I am. I struggle like you struggle. And I've been blessed to actually pastor him. So I was his pastor in Oakland, California, some decades ago before he was the great Devon Franklin, producer and so forth and so on. Yeah. Right. So I pastored him and his family, awesome people. And so in that relationship, we had a friendship, and we were able to just kind of blossom over the years. And when he heard about the movement Change for You Today, he said, I need to be a part of it because it's his story too. And so in the book, Your Change, Your Choice, he actually was the one that forwarded it. So I was privileged to have him on there, and we got some up and coming things with him and his wife, Megan, and some other people. So we're really excited about the near future with Change for You Today.
Wow, that is great thing. So I know that you are in the Florida area, and you're kind of making some moves in the community, making sure that you're not only tapping into the superstars, like Mason Good and Devon Franklin, but like you said, just the average people, just ordinary people, making sure that their lives are impacted by the change that they so desperately need. So tell me a little bit about these community initiatives.
Yeah, for sure. So, right now we're in this pandemic, and it's unfortunate. It's been going on now for over a year. And so there's a lot of people dealing with mental health issues. There's a lot of people dealing with the lack of food and the lack of just having someone to listen. And so I often go into the communities, whether it's Pompano Beach, Florida, or further down into Miami-Dade County, and we try to address some of these issues. So we've been giving out food. We also have been able to reach out to the schools and offer some encouragement there. And the plan and dream, Mirthell, that I think is going to be soon accomplished is that I want to actually have a day called the Change for You Today day, right? And so it's a day where we want to celebrate every and anyone who has made a positive change in their life. I think so many people are really forgotten about the changes they've made, about the choices they made. And they don't have a lot of people around them. They don't have a lot of followers. They don't have a lot of likes, but what they've done is they've made a choice to just wake up every day, put their foot on the ground and say, I'm going to do my part. Just like how what you're doing right now with this changing of the menu and getting us excited about eating, and not just eating, but being a vegan. I mean, I'm just really stoked about that. And I promise you this, live on this platform, one day I shall get there. I promise you.
Well, you got to
sooner than later.
you gotta first conceptualize it before you do it. And for any change, a change has to start here. Any change that you're gonna do, it's not gonna be long lasting until it starts here. And so
That's right.
It's been a journey, but the change started here first. Every change that we have starts in the mind, and from there, you after you conceptualize it, you're able to see it happening and being fruition in your life. So, that's just my testimony of how changes have happened in my life. So
That's right. That's right. I love it, man. I love it. And I'm so excited about this thing. I can't wait. And I'm serious. I got to one day soon taste what's in that pot behind you because it looks good.
Well, I'll tell you, it's going to happen. We're going to claim it. We're going to conceptualize it. And we're going to make sure that happens, that takes place. So Marvin, just give us a rundown of some of the places where people can get your content, that they can go just in a nutshell. We'll make sure that we put it on the screen so that if they want a change in their life, Marvin has been one of the individuals that I have been blessed to know. And his story is very inspirational. He tells his story in some of his podcasts and in some of his books that goes even beyond weight loss. There was a time period in Marvin's life where Marvin went through rebellion. I went through my rebellious phases, and he shares these poignant, powerful stories of how he went from that life to becoming a minister and to making a change in other people's lives in a very positive direction. I don't want to give any spoilers, but there's a little bit of gang life activity that potentially, he can share with you. How do you move from, not really valuing the lives of others to valuing and showing value to everyone? And so it's a really great story. I really don't want to spoil it, but where do we go to get all of these tools that you have for us, Marvin?
Yeah, for sure. And thank you, man. And once again, I just appreciate, this opportunity just to express what it is that I feel that I've been somewhat called to do. But you can find it on my website, which is once again, www.changeforyoutoday.com. And then on Instagram, you can do Marvin G. Clark, or you can also jump on Change for You Today. And that's on Instagram. And I guarantee you, if you jump on my website, I have a free workbook for you that I guarantee will be life-changing.
I like
and and for sure. And let me just say real quickly, if anybody that is watching this today, if you jump on my Instagram and you DM me, direct message me, and you say, I watched you on the Mirthell show about feeding your soul, I will send you a free copy of my book. Okay. Wow. First 10 people. So it's out there. I'm trying to bless somebody because I really do believe this is a blessing.
See, that's what it's all about. One of the things I learned is that individuals that are going places in life do not focus on what they can receive, but they focus on how they can give. And I remember listening to a particular very successful lady. She pointed to people like Jeff Bezos, and she pointed to other billionaires. She said, if you look at billionaires, usually they became billionaires because they're making millionaires, or they're making people wealthy. Those that are moving people out of poverty into wealth. Meaning that saying that says that it's better to give than to receive. Well, the reason why it's better to give than to receive is because in the process of giving, you are already starting that energy of receiving. Who doesn't want to support someone that is trying to help them to be a better person, trying to help them get rich? YouTube has helped so many individuals become successful, including our family. And now they're one of the biggest platforms that there is, transformational platforms. So when you change other people's lives, you become a change agent, and now it comes right back to you. So Marvin, you're a stand-up guy. I love the fact that you're here giving value to the show by giving your contribution. And then you're going to give all these freebies to people that are watching. I would like to say, please support my boy, Marvin. And if you want a change in your life, I'm telling you, you get this book, you tap into Change for You, and you will begin to see some great things happen in your life. Thank you, Marvin, so much for joining us.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm about to go get to this cooking right now because it looks like we're almost done. Before we go, Marvin, I would love for you to just share with us quickly, how do you feed your soul? I love food. I love to cook for others. I love to feed others and put all that love into it. There's a thing about food that it unites people together, and in every culture, in every single culture. How do you feed your soul and or feed the souls of others?
For sure. Excellent question. And I got to tell you, Mirthell, for me, I am so passionate about people. I think we don't listen enough. And so I often do a therapy session for many people in counseling. I often find people who seem to be forgotten, marginalized, disconnected, and I like to hear their story. And then I want to remind them that they too have a purpose. So I feed my soul by literally listening to other people sharing their soul and their story. And I believe when we come together, like the good book says, iron sharpens iron. Yes. And then the future is always a promising one.
So I appreciate you coming on, and we're gonna set that time. We're gonna set that time where you're gonna get some of this good cooking.
I love it. Matter of fact, let me just say real quickly, I smell it and it smells good.
All right, bro. You take care, man.
All right, man. Take care, brother.
Looks like the food is ready. I'd like to show you the final results. Today, I am gonna be fixing a soul food platter with the emphasis on black-eyed peas. I love black-eyed peas. We will also be having a special guest on the show as well, so I gotta feed my wife and kids, so let's get started. All right, I've gathered my things. We'll first get started with the cornbread. You're going to need some cornmeal. You will need your favorite brand of almond milk or oat milk. I like to use Earth Balance coconut oil, type of flour, whether it is white flour or whether you don't want to use white flour, that if you're diabetic and it spikes the sugar, then you might want to use another type of flour that spikes the sugar less, and baking powder. And so these are our ingredients, and we will get going. Okay, so we have greased the pan with our Earth Balance butter, and now we are gonna add our mix to the pan. Here we go. We are adding our mix to the pan. We have preheated our oven to 400 degrees, and so right after we are done, we are going to put the cornbread in the oven while we begin to fix some of our other dishes. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna begin fixing the black-eyed peas. Black-eyed peas, you can fix it from dry. What you have to do is you have to rinse it, and then of course you can soak the beans overnight. And after you soak the beans, then you can put it in a slow cooker, or you can cook it on the top. What I did was I rinsed it, I soaked it, I put it in the cooker overnight. Now I'm gonna transfer it over to the pot, and now I'm gonna add all my seasonings, and then I'm gonna have it cooked for another 1 to 2 hours so it's nice and soft and all the seasonings get inside of it. So the secret ingredient to my black-eyed peas is this seasoning right here. It's called Pig Out. It gives you a nice pork flavor that is vegan, of course, but it gives it like a really smoky flavor. And then sometimes I may add a little bit of liquid smoke if I want a little bit more of a smoky flavor, but that's really not necessary because this gives it just the perfect flavor that it will need. That I put in there is a vegan pork sausage from GTFO. If you go on GTFO and you go Impossible Sausage, then you'll be able to find that. But these are the secret ingredients that I put in my black eyed peas to give it that authentic down south flavor, but it's all plant-based. All right, while that is cooking, we are going to get started on our greens. Now we have our collard greens on the stove, and we use tofurkey, hickory smoked tofurkey, and of course we use the pig out, and then I use some Nando's peri peri sauce for the spice. Now that we have that part finished, I would like to introduce you to my friend and guest for today. Hey Karen, how are you doing?
Hey, Mirthell, long time. How are you?
Telling you, man, it's great having you on the show. You know, when I first thought of the show, I really said, oh my goodness, got to get Karen on. I know you're doing big things in the kitchen, just like how I am. Not everyone that's on the show is a cook, like how we cook and how, you know, we get into food. So I want to introduce you to our guest. This is my friend, Karen. She is the CEO of Patois Foods and Mama Sue's Skincare. So she's the all-around well-being, health, taking care of the entire body. And of course, you know, skin is the biggest organ, right? So anyhow, welcome. Thank you for joining us today on Feed the Soul with Mirthell.
Well, it's an honor, Mirthell, and thank you for thinking of me.
Yeah, absolutely. So Karen, we go back a long ways. I mean, a lot of the friends that I bring on are old friends, and we go back. I remember when I first met you, it was in church.
Yes.
And what was I like? I must have been like, what, 6 maybe?
5.
7, like I know I was young. I know I was really young, maybe even 5, just running around the basement.
Yes.
And
great memories there. Great memories.
Great. And then we've been able to just stay in touch throughout the years. One of the things I like about you, Karen, is that as much time that goes by, we just like click when we get back together again. And it's just like right back to, you know, wherever we had left off the time before. One of the things that I used to remember, and we've talked about this before, but it's at church, we used to have this thing called the socials, and everybody may know that is on our feed, you know, what that is, but it's, you know, a time where, you know, we gather together, usually in the evening after church is finished. We play all these games, you know, for our West Indian people, there's a brown girl in the ring.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like all those things in the river, on the bank. These are the fun days. This is before, you know, this is the times where we could just have some clean fun. Yeah. But one of my greatest joys was to smell the patties.
Yes, the vegetarian patties.
The vegetarian patties. So, I mean, do you remember that?
Oh, man. You know what? I think a lot of us, we kept on looking at time. All right, Mirthell, what time's sunset now? All right. Now we'll go downstairs, right? All right, 2 Patty Brother Richie. Sister Richie, right?
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Yes, I remember that. Those are the good old days. Those are some really good times. So, and now I know that you are making, and the last time, and we're going to get into this, what you do, but when I saw you making patties with your brand, I was like, yes, Karen is bringing me back.
Yes.
Karen is bringing me back.
So Mirthell, I can see 2 pots on the stove there.
Yeah.
One on the left and one on the right. On the left, I'm assuming it fry pots or maybe something else.
Yeah, so today I am fixing some soul food, and it's a little bit different than what we have traditionally been raised with in a Caribbean home. But my wife being African-American, I have been able to appreciate a lot of that down south African-American cuisine. And so I'm fixing sweet potato, greens, cornbread, and black eyed peas. So Karen, what do you have cooking up? Because now I know you have Patois Foods. Tell us a little bit about that, Patois Foods, and then maybe you can get into Mama Sue's Skincare after that. Come up with Patois Foods. I know what Patois is, but you know.
Well, you know what? From a little girl, for some reason, I've always been drawn to the kitchen. And I give honor to my grandmother, Sue, and I'll talk to you about Mama Sue after, and my mom. Gotcha. My grandma has 11 children, so you know she was always cooking. Yeah, grandma has 11 children, and to my knowledge, they were all born at home, right? Yeah, she had 11 children. We only lost one, but she had 11 children, all in good health. So we grew up around a lot of food, right? And even if she cooked one chicken, for some reason, the chicken just stretched, right? It stretched for 11 children, right? And I think that was already ingrained in me. And being the first grandchild, you know, in our culture, you have to learn to cook, right? Whether or not you want to do it, you have to. So I think that was a part of me. So it didn't matter what career I went into. If you gave me a plate of food to eat, I'm going to dissect it. And I'll be like, okay, what's in this, right? So for years, I did catering, but just only for people who kind of knew I cooked. And then last year, I think it was officially last year, I went into a patty store to buy a patty. And I'm not sure why I did this. I looked at the back of the ingredients and I saw MSG and I saw all these things in it. I'm like, no, this is wrong. If I'm going to be a vegetarian, I'm not fully vegetarian, but if I'm transitioning, why are all these things in there? Right. So the first patty I made, it was a quinoa patty.
Whoa.
And, you know, my stepson, Patrick's son, said, quinoa? I'm like, yeah, well, I'm like, you got to make it look like beef, right? So I thought of quinoa. So that's how I came up with quinoa. And the patty part,
the browning, you can put the browning seasoning or flavor or coloring in it to give it the brown texture.
You got it. Right. You got it. Right. So I made the quinoa, and you know how quinoa is grainy. You know, you got to make it look like beef. You know, like how we used to eat them vegetarian beef patty back at Toronto West, which you and I know it wasn't beef. It's completely TVP protein, fake protein, right? So I made the quinoa and I just started to randomly give it out. And Patrick keeps saying, yeah, you never make money when you're doing stuff because you're always giving out. And I said, well, part of the reason of doing that, it's a form of marketing where you just get people to try it, right? And quinoa is expensive, but I figure, you know what, I'll just give it out. And people are like, what is this? This is so good. So how I came up with the name patois is because I was making patties and my first one was quinoa. I just took the OA from quinoa and I put patty and I call it patois, right? And people are like, patois? And I'm like, no, like, you know, I'm from Caribbean background. I'm like, patois. They're like, oh, that's brilliant, right? So that's how I came up with the name.
I didn't think that. When I heard patois, I was thinking patois, like, you know, when the dialect, the Jamaican dialect of, you know, broken English with the Spanish and all that stuff mixed in there. So it is actually a play on words.
You got it.
It's a play on words. It's what you have inside the patty, which is a patty made of quinoa, and the fact that the patty is traditionally a Jamaican type style.
You got it. So it's very cross-cultural, right? Yeah. Instead of like Irie patty or Yadi patty, because the idea here is to introduce a healthier style of patties to different cultures, right? Because even when you buy the vegetable patty, if you look inside the ingredients, a lot of them have that beef soya thing, which is what makes it taste really good, right? So my idea is to move away from that. And if you are a vegan, you can truly take up a patois food item, knowing that there's absolutely no animal product in there.
Tell me a little bit more about the skincare. Mama Sue, you know, your grandmother, she was clearly a great influence on you. You know, tell me a little bit more about the skincare.
But how the name actually came about, I'll tell you the name and then I'll tell you how the product came about. My grandmother is 92 this year. So with grandma, if you look at her skin, and her picture is the picture that's on the product line, you know, people are just blown away that she's 92. And even grandpa's skin before he passed, it was just so shine and natural and very little wrinkles. I'm like, no, man, I need to have skin like this. So grandma grew us up on cocoa butter and everything natural. So, and I'm like, you know what? Grandma's skin is amazing. And people are always complimenting her about her skin. And a lot of her children, like when you look at them, they don't look their age. So I'm like, you know what? I need to keep this going. this is amazing. And they're like, well, what's in it? And like the main product is cocoa butter and shea. They're like, no, man, this is different. And I said, hey, because it has Grandma Sue's touch. So that's how the name came about. And that's how the product came about.
It's all natural, like cocoa butter.
It's all natural.
Okay.
It's all, and then people are always complimenting
me. Kind of different scents or different things?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So there's like the baby scent is the very popular one. The lavender, the natural shea. But even with the natural shea, you know, you put your little Mama Sue secret.
You can give away the product, but you can't give away all the secrets.
You can't give away the secret. You know, I have people that buy the raw shea and they're like, well, it's not the same. I'm like, you got to have Grandma Sue touch on it, right?
Right.
So like even within our family, like a lot of people, they're like, I can't believe how old you guys are, but you guys don't look it. And I'm like, well, if you eat well, when you eat well and you take care of your skin, you know, and minimize the makeup, you know, don't take makeup on every day because it clogs your pores.
Right.
It can't get any better than that, right?
No, that's really amazing. And I see how your products are going hand in hand. You're recognizing that it's important to heal yourself from the inside out, but then you're also coming from the outside in to make sure that everything is staying beautiful.
You got it.
Staying fresh and staying young. And so that is really remarkable. So, oh, there's a bell. Looks like the food is ready to go. Karen, it has been a pleasure talking to you. Could you quickly answer this question? I ask all my guests. How do you feed your soul? And then after that, just let them know where they can find your products and, you know, all your socials and Instagrams and everything like that.
Okay, so there's so many different ways that I feed my soul. One of the ways is definitely through the products. But, you know, the giving for me is a big thing. You know, there's so many things that we have that we don't need, right? You know, the other day I was talking to an elder at church and he made a comment. I said, listen, if I have one less meal for the week and I give this $50 or $100 to somebody else, I'm not going hungry. So does it really matter where it's coming from? It doesn't, right? And just being there for people who needs a listening ear, because I know with technology and all of what's going on around us, we are so busy that, you know, we're not having those quality time like we once did, Mirthell, right, where, you know, we just had fun, like no strings attached. No, I got to go this, you know, I got to check my phone. I got to do this. We need to get back to that because that's one of the ways that we can feed our soul, and it's for free, right? Quality time is for free.
I appreciate that. I appreciate especially that part where you're talking about giving. And of course, your products in and of itself, whether people are purchasing it and taking in something to heal the insides, or they're taking it and beautifying the outside. Taking care of oneself also is a way to heal your soul. So we're so grateful for having you on. Could you just quickly let them know where they can find your stuff, how they can contact you?
Well, thank you. So for Mama Sue Skincare, just to let you know, it is registered in the U.S. It's completely legal in the U.S. And the website is www.Mama Sue Skincare. That's MAMA, S as in Sarah, UE, skin as your skin, care.com. And then for Patois foods, it's not spelled the Caribbean way. I'll spell that for you the correct way. It's www.PATTOA. So it's Patty without the Y and OA for OA.
Yeah, quinoa, the end part of quinoa. So.
Yeah, quinoa. So Patty, the first part of Patty without the Y and OA. So PATTOA foods with the S at the end.com.
So I get that, man. It was a pleasure talking with you. Learned so much and just inspired to just keep going myself. Feeding my family and the way that I've been doing it, and you're an inspiration for that. Thank you so much, Karen. Thank you for joining us. And
Pleasure.
For our audience, I really hope that you check out Mama Sue products, whether it's a skincare, whether it's a food. Check that out. I know that her food line is in Canada, but her skin line is also available in the United States and elsewhere. So thanks for coming on. And I'm gonna go feed my wife and kids, and I hope that you just continue to feed your soul, Karen. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and save me some of that cornbread because I love how Americans make cornbread.
Yes. All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right. Take care. Bye.
Okay, the meal is ready. Let's check it out. Today, we are going to be fixing taco salad. We like to call it haystacks. We usually will fix it on a Friday evening or on a Saturday because it doesn't require a lot of work and we get to just enjoy each other on that day. Now, we're gonna have a guest join me while I am fixing this meal. And so I gotta feed my wife and kids, so let's get started. Now that I have that part finished, let's invite our guest to come on. Hey Joe, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. It's so great to see you. It's been a bit since we've talked like face to face.
Absolutely. It's been a really long time. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, for sure. And for my audience, I want to introduce you to Joanne, my friend from back in college days, university days. Joanne is the CEO of Bebe Naturals. It's a fabulous products, natural products that you're able to put on your skin, that you're able to put in your hair. And I just bought a ton load of stuff from her and I am enjoying them. The scent, the naturalness, it's amazing. We're going to talk a little bit more about that later. Her husband, his name is Daryl. He's the CEO of Rhythm Dribble, and she works alongside with him. It is a great company, and she's going to tell us a little bit about that as well. But anyhow, let's get caught up. Like, seriously, what have you been doing? It's been, what is it, like 20 odd years? Can you believe that?
5 years. What is this? I believe we met, what was that, back in
95.
95, 96, yes.
95, 96. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Are we that old? No, Joanne, we don't look that old. No, we don't.
No, I don't. You don't look that old. None of us are old. Okay.
No. But we're talking about 20 odd years. That is just crazy. I can't even believe that. I can't.
And even with your wife, I remember you guys met. Oh my gosh, that's truly blast from the past, right? Seeing the lovebirds bud.
I know you were there from the beginning, right?
Yes.
So we had our crew. It was Loida, Francine,
yes.
Milton, Johan.
Canadian connection. There's
a lot of Canadian connections.
Yep. Afro-Caribbean, right?
right. Because you with the Haiti, and then Loida from Africa, and then we had all the Canadians from different places. It was cool. Those are some really good times.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And you know, and always over at Milton's house where the dinners were at, right? The Saturday dinners.
You guys were always throwing down, always. Okay, always. Great vibes, right? Good food and boss music. It was always a party, always.
Right. Our Saturday potlucks. That was amazing.
Yes. Oh, I miss those.
Weren't they fun?
Yes, absolutely. You guys were always off campus, so you guys always had, it's like a revolving door. Come on in, have a great old time.
Exactly. And you know, that's actually how I met Rita. I met Rita at one of those functions.
Yes.
It was Milton's his birthday is January 17th. The only way I'd remember that is because I met Rita on his birthday. Because I mean, you know, I've lost contact with so many people. I haven't talked to Milton in the longest time. But I met Milton at one of our potlucks, and Rita showed up, and she was like one of the, you know, the strays that come in, like they weren't a part of the crew, but they kind of like floated, they're hungry, they want some food. And I met her, and I remember like, okay, this is someone different, you know.
Yeah.
and then that was it.
That's all. That was the story, right? That's how I got started.
That's how it got started. And that was amazing. But I really had a lot of good times with you guys, and it's really great catching up with you. So
so back in the day, you were always cooking, right? So I know you're cooking up now. What do you got going on? What's cooking?
Okay, so what I got going now is it's kind of like a throwback to some of the things that we'd eat back then. So you know haystacks, right? Like
yes.
That.
Oh yes.
It's a simple meal, but you know when you're struggling in college, you just don't got the funds. So I'm gonna do haystacks, and what haystacks is for, I mean, we know haystacks because it's like so common to what we used to eat. But what haystacks is, guys, is it's basically like a taco salad, where you're, you know, throwing in beans, or you're throwing in some type of meat, and you're throwing in cheese and lettuce, tomatoes, and all sorts of really good stuff. So it's basically a taco salad. But haystacks is always vegetarian, and we're gonna do it vegan style. So I'm gonna have like a vegan style haystacks, and so that's pretty much what we're cooking today.
All right, exciting! I need to get an order, right? You're gonna send that over.
We're gonna have to arrange something.
All right.
So tell me, Joanne, what do you have cooking up? I mean, I see you got your Bebe products going out, and of course, you know, your husband and you doing this rhythm dribble. Tell me a little bit more about Bebe. I mean, I'm really enjoying it. Like I have them lined up. I got at least like 8 flavors, and they're all lined up. The mango, the cocoa bean one or whatever, and then they're all lined up in my shower. And I just like, what do I feel like smelling like today? And,
hey, right? Yes. I'm so excited that you're enjoying it. I think those reviews make my heart sing. It makes you feel like, you know, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. Right. So Baby Naturals, actually, I started it for my oldest daughter. Okay. It or not, first time mom, you know, you deal with some ailments, diaper rashes, that sort of thing, skin problems. And I was baffled by the recommendations that doctors were giving for such sensitive skin. And I think that that's what prompted me to start doing some research. And then you found out, hey, you can get the ingredients and make these yourself, right? And then it was such a great turnout for her that, of course, I in turn started making it for the family. And we talked about Loida. Loida is big on butters, oils, scents. So we started doing some kind of on the side. Let me make this batch for you. Tell me how you like it.
Now, Loida is one of our friends. Just to let everyone know, Loida is like one of our friends from way back in the day. Okay.
That's right. And so once she started getting in, I had a couple of friends that would come and want to try stuff. So, and that's really how it grew. And then, so it kind of moved away from being for just babies. And then I started doing a little bit of something for everyone. So including my husband. So pretty much the motto for Baby Naturals is like handmade goodness from head to toe, right? So we've got a little bit of everything for the men, like you have hair products, beard love, and then of course, body oils. Women, we have everything, hair care, skin care. Like I said, I've got you covered from head to toe. Wow. That summer glow, I've got you.
Right. And it's just, they smell amazing. So how did you come up with the formula? Did you do, I mean, I know you were in biology. Were you in chemistry
No, chemistry, of course, is a requirement within biology, but that was not my major. Actually, was my probably least favorite subject. However, with the formulas, like I said, is a lot of research, just reading what what natural butters actually work for certain ailments, right? And then we have essential oils that are actually known to help within those ailments. So it's just the right balance of a melange, right? A mix of things. But honestly, I think it's just kind of a lot of trial and error.
Do you do it in your kitchen, or is there like a manufacturer that helps you?
No, I'm still very small based. There's no manufacturer. Everything is handmade by me. Yes. And so that was another thing. I think that the reason why you're able to send things to a manufacturer and get it on store shelves is because they have a longer shelf life, right? But in order to get a longer shelf life, you have to add some things that aren't so natural. Now, there are some alternatives for preservatives. However, I just kind of stay away from that. So my products have a shorter shelf life, but you fall in love with them, so you use them quicker anyway, right?
Exactly. Right.
So I try to stay away from preservatives. And if you use it within that time frame, you're good to go. And so it kind of nixes out, extra toxins that you don't really need. And it's crazy because, like I said, they actually put these things in products for babies, and they have the most fragile skin all the way. But so imagine if you're introducing this into your skin from youth all the way up to your adulthood, and then we wonder why we have, issues that we do have. Right. But yeah, it's just kind of a blend and a mix because everyone's different. So a lot of the times I've worked with people on the side with eczema, psoriasis, that sort of thing, to kind of find the right blend. Yes, I've got you. The right blend for them. And even then, that's like a trial and error. So I'll have people tell me, hey, this didn't really work, or this is how it felt. And then I can tweak it and then kind of see what works for you. So I have done that in the past. My mom as well suffers from eczema. But yeah, it's just trial and error. I've been doing it this is 8 years now. So I kind of have the science of it down pat. And I feel confident. And then, like I said, you give a good product and then they keep coming.
Word of mouth, right? That's one of the reasons why I had to have you come on, because once I had tried your products and I just thought that they were just so great. I was like, I got to get you on so that other people can be able to get these products. Where did you come up with the scents? Because I really like the way they smell. How did you come up with that combination?
That's another one. So a lot of them is, like you say, you're mixing, you're blending. And again, my good friend Loida, I always say that she should be in what is that? Like a parfumie in France or something, because she comes up with these blends and I just get to work and try to tweak and see what works, what doesn't work. Right. But a lot of it too, I've had a lot of scents where folks are like, no, ma'am, this is not it. So it's all dependent on the person.
Tell me about that, because I got the ones that are it. Tell me about the ones where like, nah, you know what? Horse doo-doo doesn't work. So
well, that's what I'm saying. So you say that, right? And I believe there's a batch that you have. So I don't know if I sent you like a oud scent, for example. A lot of folks they're not digging it. So it just depends on oud. Yes. So a woodsy sort of scent, right? Versus a floral.
Yeah, I think there was a woodsy one, but I like it. I think it's because I'm a man, so it gives that a little bit of a musky flavor to it, right?
And then you have some women that love that, and then some women that are strictly, fruity or floral, that sort of thing. So really, it just depends. And I think that that's probably one of the things that I need to strategize is how to get people to open their mind to something else, right? Because we tend to, especially online shopping, there's no kind of returning stuff. So right. It's like, you'll try it out and you'll stick to what you know. However, you never know that maybe I am a woodsy person, right? But there are some folks that they know what they know and they're sticking to their choices. But yes, you have some, like my cashmere, this cashmere cocoa butter. Yes,
I got that one right.
We have some folks that are like, no, ma'am. So it's just kind of personal, right? What you do like, what you don't like. But that's why I try to, you just try different blends and then there's hopefully, like I said, there's something for everyone.
Right. So where can they get these products? Like, where's an easy place for them to go and get Bebe products, just to see what your lineup is and what your inventory is?
Absolutely. So Bebe Naturals, it's www.bebe naturals.com. And you can see everything right there on that page. I even have skincare kits for hair. So if you wanted to just sample, maybe you're not ready to commit to a larger size, I have samplers as well. So like I said, it's just something for everyone, and you never know. You just never know. You fall in love.
Awesome. So tell me a little bit more about what you and your husband got going on. Like that one's also intriguing. I didn't learn about that. I knew about Bebe Naturals. I knew that you were doing something with a foundation with Haiti, but I didn't know about this one until I talked to you just the other day, and I was booking you to come on the show. And it's really intriguing, this story. So tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so my husband runs Rhythm Dribble, and initially it started off as a basketball training facility, a clinic, so to speak, where you kind of come in and hone in, skills to be able to play, in the game and kind of be the star. So the Rhythm Dribbles logo is building basketball stars one dribble at a time. And so Rhythm Dribble started in a basement with five or six kids, with Daryl training them. And Daryl, you have to know Daryl. Daryl's very extreme when it comes to training. Like, he's that drill sergeant if I ask for 50 baskets, then you're going to stand here till I get the 50 baskets. But in the same token, I just think that works, because initially when I met him, I was like, this is a little extreme, right? But when you see the kids grow, like I've seen these kids since they're like 6, and I was like, who takes 6-year-old sports this seriously? However, there's a whole world in which this is like, serious business. But you can see how the method, it works. He works off of beats that he created himself. So that's what gets
like beat. Music.
Yeah, so tones, specific rhythmic beats, right? He has a variety of them, and that's how you train. So that's how you can get, I believe Jalen was maybe 5 or 6 dribbling, and you do it to a beat, right? And that's how you get ball handling skills. And then once you get that on the wraps, you move on to the next thing and the next thing. So with him, it's kind of like pieces of a puzzle, right? He's very methodical. Pieces of a puzzle, you stick them all together, and then now you end up at this grand thing where you can go out and ball out. And so, like I said, I've seen Jalen Brennan go up through the ranks.
So what's going on with because his sons also took the program. He put his sons in the program. So how are some of his students faring, and how is his sons faring from back then?
So that initial 5 crew, right? 5 or 6 crew, they all received Division I scholarships to play ball at schools.
Yeah.
And then Jalen Jalen went to a small school, St. Bonaventure, in Orleans, New York, in the middle of nowhere, kind of like Oakwood, right?
Yeah.
And he totally changed the program around. They actually made it to finals. It was just an exciting time, and to see Jalen be at the cusp of it, it was just awesome. And then moving on, he made it to the G League. He got into the G League and then into the NBA. He played for the Hawks. He's played for the Bucks. So it's been such an adventure.
What's his name? What's his full name?
Jalen Adams.
Jalen Adams. That is
Jalen
fascinating.
Adams. Yes, and then we have a nephew, Troy Copain, as well. He's been playing. He's kind of been moving around. He's been at Orlando. He played for Orlando Magic. Right now he is abroad. He's in Germany. And he's been playing there for all through COVID, actually, for the last year. He's been out there, 1.5 years, I want to say. But he's been to Israel. He's been all over. So all of them have really been through the system. And like I said, it has been extreme, because when they come together and they talk about everything. It's crazy to hear their stories because you would think it was like extreme boot camp, right? But it arrived at a place.
But when you stop and think about all the greats, whether it's Serena Williams and her sister, or Naomi Osaka, when it comes to all the greats, a lot of the times it's a parent that started a program and they were very, very disciplined with their children. And in that rigorous discipline, that's what creates greatness. 100%. So it's fascinating that he has this program. And this program is not just for his sons and his kids, but he created a program for everybody to enjoy. So how do we get that program? Like, how do I get my son? My son is 14. I go out and I do basketball, but it's just like, oh, you didn't get it? Right. Oh, you're doing fine. You know, how can I get Shiloh to the NBA? Like, what do I need to do? How do I get that program?
So Shiloh, I'm gonna tell you, you can come down for the summer, come hang out, but you gotta get your big man on because Coach Daryl is not a game. So Rhythm Dribble, there's a website for that as well with all the information about how he trains, what he does.
Okay, and what is that? What is that website since you just mentioned it?
Right, so it's rhythmdribble.com.
Okay.
And it kind of breaks down how he does what he does, right? And it's crazy, just to scoot back a bit. Daryl was a football guy. He wasn't even a basketball. He played basketball, but he played football for University of Maryland. And it became that his sons were better at basketball. And so he initially made this entire program starting with them.
Wow.
So, and it's kind of worked, you know what I mean? So now we move on and we have a plethora of kids that come in. Even if you look on social media. So if you go to Instagram, go to Rhythm Dribble,
okay,
you can kind of get a taste for everything that's being done, clinics, leagues, that sort of thing. And now we're trying to venture into some other sports and see how that, fares, not for training, but just kind of access to other sports as well.
Now, does he have anything where it's online training where somebody can actually go to a course, like an online course, a class, and you have to like pay like $99 for the course or whatever, and then have videos in it? That and the rhythm, that magic rhythm that he has, does he have that on tape as well? I want to know more about, if you cannot make it down to DC, what are the options?
So right now, because of COVID, we were kind of forced into getting creative. So we had to actually do some classes over Zoom. So right now that's what's available, and it's per your level group, right? But it's all with the beats as well. And this is all for ball handling. So you can definitely, all of that information is on the website as well. So it's virtual training. And what we have currently in the works is a actual packaged program that would take you from beginner all the way and work your way up in order so you could be halfway across the world and still have access to the entire program.
That is, I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing that one come out. I think from a business model, well, first of all, this program sounds fascinating and it has changed the lives of so many people that have worked with Daryl. But now we're living in a new world, especially with COVID. We're living in a COVID new generation. And that means that brick and mortar is just not it anymore from a business standpoint or anything. And I think it would be just an amazing business opportunity for Daryl, but beyond him, amazing opportunity for children and young people that really love basketball to be able to get Daryl's skill set and his training. I mean, imagine Daryl in every single home. That's fascinating.
That is the goal. Absolutely. Definitely in the works. We've been kind of getting the pieces aligned for that because it's a pretty comprehensive program. And like I said, it's not for the faint of heart. So one can sign up and decide, you know what, the NBA is not that serious. So you have to have a certain gusto about you to kind of stick through it, right? But it's definitely in the works for something extensive.
So that's like P90X, like
yes.
You can't handle
P90X times 5, right? It's on steroids.
Right. That is so amazing. And I'm so excited to see that, big things are happening within your family. You guys are both great business people. You guys have great products. I mean, exceptional products. Aww. And so this is really good. And I'm glad that my audience has the opportunity to hear your story. and to have access to these products, these exceptional products. And so I'm very proud of you, Joanne. I'm so glad that you were able to come on the show and share it. Absolutely. And you know what? I think that the food is getting ready. I think it's almost ready. So I want to ask you this question that I ask all my guests, and that is, Joanne, how do you feed your soul? I love to feed my family with food, but I'm always putting love in there and feeding my soul by the fellowship and by, eating and fellowship really feeds my soul. So how do you feed your soul?
So how do I feed my soul? I think pre-COVID, that was travel. Travel is everything to me. It excites me. It just, I don't know, it's kind of rejuvenating for me, right? To be the best version of me. But I think with COVID, I'm a homeschool mom, right? I think that family has really been everything for me. And I know it gets trying because we're stuck home all the time. However, you grow up thinking that, your parents pour into you. However, within this time period, I just felt like my kids, my husband, they have poured into me so much that, I don't know, I'm super grateful. And I think that they are what satisfies my soul. Like I lay my head at night and I'm just like, you know what? Thank you. I am so blessed.
I love that. Like, it's basically the analogy that I'm seeing as you're talking is that what feeds your soul is pouring into each other. So I'm hearing you and you're like, I feed my soul because I'm pouring into them. And when we invest in the people we love, they have a full cup to be able to invest back into us.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So those are my two loves. That's how I feed my soul.
That is so awesome. Well, thank you so much, Joanne, for coming on and sharing with our guest. And and you know what? I am probably going to have to go check out, now that I got your product, I'm going to have to check out now your husband's product and see if I can get my game on, because, I will still give anybody a really good 30 seconds of my best basketball game. And then I am out of breath.
30 seconds, Bert. But let me tell you, Shiloh's ready. Tell Shiloh to come on down, but he can't call Dad. Dad saved me. We can't have that, right?
Okay.
Like, Shiloh, you gotta get through it.
All right, thanks, Joe. You take care.
Thanks for having me, and I'm waiting for my haystacks.
Okay. when I get down there to play ball.
All right.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Okay, the meal is ready. Let's check it out. Today, I will be fixing oatmeal waffles. Yeah, natural oatmeal waffles. I'll be also having a special guest on to keep me company in the kitchen. Well, gotta start feeding my wife and kids, so let's get started. Okay, now that we got that part started, I would like to introduce you to my guest for today.
Hi, Valine, how are you doing?
Hi, Mirthell. I'm awesome. Good to see you.
Yes, good talking to you. We get the privilege of touching base with each other every now and then.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, sometimes it's not enough, but life.
I know.
Yeah.
And you are a seriously busy woman. This is Valine Campbell. She is my friend, but she is also the author of the Amazing Zoe series. I can't say that she is a new author anymore because she's just
constantly writing a new book every time I
you know, what a life it's been this year. I know like a lot of people talk about the woes of COVID-19, and it's been difficult for a lot of people. I don't want to take that away, but it also has sprung a lot of great new initiatives. And you're right. I mean, we've been in COVID for a year now, but I've been writing now this series for over a year. Time flies.
Right.
I'm not new.
So guys, this is Valine Campbell, and we're going to get a little bit more into her being an author. She is also a founder of Health and Wellness. It's an entrepreneurship. She's an entrepreneur. So this is another one of the things that she has founded. In fact, that came before her writing books. So we're going to talk about all of it. But right now, I just want to welcome you to my show, Feed the Soul with Mirthell, Valine. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you for having me. So good to be here.
Valine, we're going to get into what she does, but for now, I just want to share, this is another one of my old-time friends. I think that we go back, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but we go
I know. I'm going to plug my ears.
Over 30 years.
Oh!
I can't believe it. It's unbelievable. And then when you look at them, you're like, but isn't she in her 20s or isn't he, you know? Like,
bless you, my friend. Bless you. Bless you. I try, you know. But yeah, I mean, you know what's so weird? I never thought there'd be a time where I'd be like, yeah, you know, 30 years ago. Like, what? 30 years ago.
I know my body feels that way, but I don't feel I look that way.
I understand, especially if you have something to pick up off the floor. Oh boy.
What are you gonna lean on? That's an all-day process.
It's true. It's true. So yeah, you're touching on how long we've known each other. We started off in the church, you know, I mean, still there, but that's where we met. Your family is incredible. They've known my family for some time as well.
Great.
Yeah, your dad dearly departed, but he baptized me. That's a big thing for me. That's one of those life marks that you will never forget, you know.
My dad used to visit your families. Pastors, oftentimes, you know, they'll go and they'll visit in the homes of families. My dad was a visiting pastor.
He was.
And I would tag along with him, and that's where our friendship blossomed, because sometimes, you know, we had our crew of all our friends, guys and girls, but when my dad would go into the home, and he oftentimes would like to go to your home when he's driving through, and I'm with him, because he'd like to go and open your fridge and find out what's inside.
Yeah, honestly, he was a rare one. He was a rare one. Like, he was so warm and welcoming, and just, he fits right in wherever. And you know what? A lot of the times he wasn't visiting for our home specifically. Like, he would do his rounds, but he's like, hey, the Campbells, I'm going to stop by. And
Exactly.
Who can forget that?
I was with him. I was happy because I got to see Valine, and then we would rap and find something to do around, you know, if you were home.
Foolishness. So
we had a lot of fun back then. And it's great to know that you're doing well and you have a daughter. She's such a ball of joy and beauty, inspiration. And that brings us to where we are today, where we were going to talk a little bit about where that has brought you in your life.
Oh, wait, before you get into that, what are you cooking? Mirthell, honestly, before I even ask that question, you have been killing cooking. Like, I'm talking, it's so gourmet-ish, you know, like, you're really into presentation, you're really into like color. It's awesome. So tell me, what are you cooking today?
Yes, I've been feeding my wife and kids from the time I was married. So it's like 20 odd years, and it's a passion and it's a joy of mine. That's how I express my love to my family, just by making sure they're well fed. And as I've been getting older, I'm paying attention more to, you know, making sure that it's healthy as well. But I cannot compromise the taste, because I'm a foodie and I love to eat. So.
Hello. Yes.
so I've been getting into the plant-based lifestyle. And so today I am fixing oatmeal waffles. And so why I love oatmeal waffles is because you can still get that nice texture and flavor and everything in it, but it's not going to, if you're a diabetic, getting up in age, you're not going to like your sugars with oatmeal, because literally there is no flour in it. You're grinding.
So it's gluten friendly, as people talk about these days, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
You're actually grinding up the oatmeal to find flour, and then you're using that as your flour base.
Okay, now that I never thought about that. So do they come out nice and fluffy? I'm sure they do.
Absolutely.
I can't wait to see.
You're adding bananas in it to give it that flavor. You're adding maple syrup, you know, different things like that. Coconut sugar, all of those things.
That sounds good.
If you're a diabetic. you want to be able to be utilizing those things because of the index, the glycemic index.
Right. Yes, I remember learning about that. Good for you. Good. You're doing an awesome job. I love seeing the new recipes you pop up. So keep going. I can't wait to see.
Thank you so much. But what are you cooking up in the kitchen? Because you're just about everything. It seems like you're in the healthcare. I remember when I first saw it come up, it was several years ago, and you were launching a company that was a home health company. And then now you've launched and become an author. So let's talk a little bit first about your first company that you launched.
Sure.
We'll get into like the fun stuff, like the writing.
Okay, well, sure. So yeah, I can't believe it now. We're going on to 6 years. This year will be 6 years since launching the home healthcare company. And you know what we do, it's physiotherapy, we have occupational therapy, we have nursing assistants and so forth. So they support people in the homes, and it's been quite the journey. I mean, I don't know if I've learned so much in life outside of starting that company, because I don't have a business background. My background is physiotherapy, but they don't teach you all the ins and outs of running a business, right? You know, I spoke to your wife earlier today, and she talked about sometimes you may be at a crossroads and you may be considering going in a different direction. I haven't decided that yet. I mean, we're still working, we're still going through it, but authorship is something that has creeped into my soul. And I'm thoroughly enjoying it. So
that is amazing. So
yeah,
let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah.
Did it creep into your soul before you had little Zuri, or now she's what? She's about 3 now, or 2?
No, she's gonna be 2 in June. She's gonna be 2.
Okay.
But you know what? She 100% accelerated it.
Okay.
Let's say that. Because Mirthell, you know how it is. You know, growing up in the church, it's like skit after skit after skit, right?
Yes.
You can't be in a church without having a good afternoon program, or even in the day program with a skit, right? So you know you've acted in some of them.
Yes.
I also have acted in many
ones,
of them.
really cringe ones. Oh.
Yes, you know, and a lot of people have great beginnings, foundation beginnings in the church. We cannot deny that.
Right.
And I did some of those things along the years, and I really enjoyed them. And in later years, my parents had their 40th anniversary some time ago, and pastors leaving the church. So I organized, you know, skits around that. And I'm like, I really love this stuff, right?
Yeah.
And keep in mind, well, I got to touch on this. We have Jamaican parents.
Yeah.
We have West Indian parents. Okay, let me take it there and let you understand something. When I met you, I was around 8, 9 years old. I was like, Mom and Dad, I want to be an actor. They said, what? What actress?
Poppy show.
Poppy show. They're like, no way. Like, how are you going to live off that? How is that going to sustain you? And I understand the concern. It wasn't a popular opinion to try to write and be an actor, or that kind of creative, go down the creative path. It's lawyer, doctor, nurse, teacher, pastor. You know what I mean?
Engineer. Yeah.
Anyway, Zuri came into my life, praise the Lord for that. And you start opening your eyes to what's in right now. Like, what are kids listening to? What are they doing? What are they reading? And I just noticed time and time again, we were receiving books, gifted books, or when I'd go and purchase them, I didn't see enough representation. We hear this term from time to time, but it's real. And if I even tell you some stats, Mirthell, you'd be like, what? Like, I mean, there's this illustration that came out some time ago where it was in 2018 that over 50% of children's books are still by white authors. And then all the way when it comes to Black people or African American people, it's only 10%. So now, yes, with lead Black characters. So of course that's reflected in the bookstores. And I just said, no, I want to change how she sees the world a little bit, you know, compared to how it was when we were growing up. So yes, most definitely she helped accelerate and inspire.
Amazing job. And especially for little young girls of color, who now have a representation. We grew up in an era where it was the hardest thing to find a Black Barbie, or
come on now,
to find a Black Barbie, but definitely other dolls that were maybe in another store that was much cheaper, that fell apart easy. You would find, I won't name those names, but those were where you'd find our dolls.
Yeah, don't forget about the hair that you couldn't comb.
Never comb it. You remove the arm, and then it's like, oh, you're gonna be without an arm.
Exactly.
The hair in the head comes off.
Yes, that's exactly what would happen. So yeah, I'm so happy to see the change and even what your family is doing. You know, young kids are growing up and seeing people on camera and owning things and producing things, and it's just such a great change from where we're coming from. But we do know there's still work to be done.
So tell me a little bit about the series, the Amazing Zoe series. So the last time that we did an interview with you, me and Rita did that interview. It was on another show, but it was last year, June. And your book launched our Onyx Family Book Club, which is now about to be a year anniversary as well. So it's serendipitous, and it's just wonderful to have you back a year later to do the second interview, and now you're 3 books in. So tell me a little bit about the first book for those that didn't see the first book, and then the second and third.
Yeah, again, I'm so grateful for you guys opening the door and launching it with one of 3 books. I was the children's book for your launch. So this is what the first one looks like. It's The Amazing Zoe Defeats the Germlins. And that one is, the inspiration came from, of course, our original lockdown last year, 2020, with the coronavirus. The great thing about this book, like, I don't actually say COVID-19 or coronavirus because I wanted longevity to be there, right? So it alludes to it. The photos, some of the pictures look like the COVID-19 virus, but the real message is about health and safety and the importance of washing hands and hygiene and so forth for kids. You have 4 kids. You probably experienced how very early in life you had issues with wash your hands, brush your teeth, you know? I'm sure you get it. This just kind of creates a visual for kids to understand the importance of washing hands, right? And then the second one, it's called The Amazing Zoe, A Queen Like Me. This one delves into African history, a little bit about African queens and princesses. It's something that, you know, especially a lot of little girls, they always want to be a princess. But let me tell you something about this, Mirthell.
Okay.
When the idea came to my mind about writing about African queens, I even checked Uganda. Like, I was just randomly checking African countries to see who is the queen and so forth. You won't even believe who popped up. Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth, the queen of Uganda and queen of like many African countries. Yes, because because of the colonization. If you just Google it, queen of blah, 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 you'll see Queen Elizabeth pop up for a lot of these countries. And I was like, this is not right. This is not right. You know, I mean, just in the sense that we want to give children a more accurate depiction of who was royal, who was regal at the time and in Africa, because of course our history goes long before the transatlantic slave trade. So I just feel that it's important for Black little girls to see themselves as lead characters, as queens, as princesses, things that little kids like to see. That's what that book's about.
Oh man, that is perfect. I can just envision, especially if my children were younger, I would definitely be reading that to them as their bedtime stories, because I want them to be able to see beyond this limited scope of where we are today.
Yes, exactly.
And, that's great. That's wonderful. And so now you have another book that's about to launch. And what is that about?
Yeah, so that one, again, it's The Amazing Zoe, and it's called In Grandma's Memory Box. Zoe has a great relationship with her grandmother. Basically, she comes to find out that grandma is forgetting things that are important to Zoe, which once upon a time she would always know. And the discussion opens up about dementia and Alzheimer's disease. So unfortunately, grandma is touched with it, and they develop a way that they can help try to keep some memories alive. But at the end, Zoe was left with knowing that grandma will always love her and she will always have love for her grandmother. Yeah.
I mean, how are you able to capture these really serious, difficult topics and turn them around to empower children? That's what's most wonderful about your books, honestly.
Thank you.
You really take things that you think like, no, you don't want to talk about that. You shouldn't touch that area. Go somewhere else. You go there and then take us on this beautiful journey. And I don't think that you're fluffing over either. You're dealing with the situation, but in such a wonderful way that is able to empower children to say, this is a tough thing you're going to go through, but here's how you can go through it and you're going to be okay.
Right. No, thank you for that. I do know that it's important to touch on these topics because really at the end of it, yes, we want to protect children. We want to create the happy life for them. But you know what? Because as an extension to the parents and the families that they come from, sometimes these things affect the children too. Like, for example, if you look at a statistic, how many people in the world have dementia and Alzheimer's disease? It's over 50 million. Right? And that's from the Alzheimer's Society, right? Or association. We have society here in Canada. And what that means is if a family is affected by dementia and Alzheimer's disease, then of course it trickles down to a child because children often have good relationships with their grandparents, right? And it's difficult. So I try to be sure that I don't make them dark. I don't make the stories dark. It's really important, as you mentioned, to capture the lesson, but also making it informative and still add a little fun to the story, right? So I'll be honest, sometimes I'll write through it and I have to scrap it because I'm like, the message isn't quite clear. Yeah. After, of course, I pray through it and I ask God to give me direction on the stories. And then in the end, I'm like, that's it, because it's just the inspiration, you know, and I'm thankful for it.
That is a remarkable gift you've been given. Now I just see you are all over the place. I'm seeing you in Toronto blogs. I'm seeing you in the news. I'm seeing you doing interviews. You know, how does it feel and how do you get that kind of traction? There are other people that want to start their own businesses. They want to start being an author. What is the advice that you have for people that are starting out so that they can begin to kind of get that traction that you're getting?
Yeah, thank you for that. Well, you know what? I would say a few things. One thing for sure is don't expect overnight success, right? And I'm not even saying I'm there yet. I found in the first several months, so yes, we're a year in, by month 6 or so or 7, I was like, oh my goodness, I'm not seeing the traction that I'd like to see. And, you know, I'm still pushing. But you know what? It's a new niche. It's a new niche for me. And anything that you do, if it's new to you and you're doing it for the first time, you have to plant those seeds and you water those seeds, you till that ground until it starts to spring and then it will blossom. So I'm giving God thanks that in my season now that I have been able to start gaining that traction after planting those seeds for the past several months, you know? I think it's just very important too, when you have an idea, of course, number one, pray on it. Pray over your idea and listen. You know, one thing Dad always used to teach me, he always used to be like, Valine, because he'd come into the car and he'd hear music, you know, loud, right? And he'd be like, Valine, you have to turn down the music, you know, turn it off and meditate, you know, listen to the voice. And you know what? It's so true.
I can't always have the booga music. Where's booga? I've never listened to booga music. Please tell me where the genre where I can go to iTunes and find booga. Because you must turn down the booga music.
And that they've said that word too, booga.
They all say it. I just don't know where to find it. You know.
Yes, he often would say that. And it's true. Like many times I'm driving and I just have the music off and you'll hear his voice. You'll hear God's voice telling you what to do next, who to speak to next, who to email next. So definitely develop that relationship with God and ask him for that inspiration and direction on the things that you do. I can't discount that. Most definitely, you can find the Amazing Zoe books in all bookstores now, large retailer stores like Barnes and Nobles. If you're in Canada, it's Indigo. You can visit my website, ValineCampbell.com. It's my name, ValineCampbell.com. And you can be directed to all of the sites where you can purchase the books. If you want to purchase from an independent store, because some people like to go to the independent store, you can just request it and it will be there as well. They can order it in.
I like to feed my soul by giving and sharing, especially with my family. So when I cook, I'm just sharing love on them. Like I said, I'm a foodie, so I love to eat and then share, and not just share the food, but share in dialogue. That's how I feed my soul, fellowship.
Yes.
So how do you feed your soul?
Yeah, for sure. It's communication with God. I just ask him directly the next time. That's really important for me because I never say these ideas come from me. I don't claim it. I claim that he plants the seed in me. Another thing is those who are really invested in where I'm going and what I'm doing, you know, because they'll spend the time and read through the manuscripts or read through things and say, you know what, that's good, or maybe you should change that. And you have to be open and receptive to that, right? So I feed my soul through talking to my friends. And walks, I love to go for nature walks. I go literally every day. Must. And I like to walk by the water. I'll drive over to the water and I walk by the water with my daughter sometimes by myself. And that's how I feed my soul.
That is wonderful. And it has been great having you on my show, Feed the Soul with Mirthell. I wish you all the best, Celine, and for all the audience who has now been familiar with your books, you need to go out, especially if you have children that age, and get these books. They are such a wonderful addition to your library. They not only inspire, they teach, but they're just fun. And so thank you, Celine.
Thank you so much, Mirthell. So good to be here with you today, and happy cooking.
Thank you.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye now.
All right, the meal is ready. Let's check it out. So these are some of the fun condiments that you can put on top of your waffles. They can be natural, they can be alternative meats, or just some of your funnest sweeteners. Today I will be fixing breakfast meal, which is one of our favorites. It is what I call granola. Taking some grains, taking some seeds, taking some dried fruit, and kind of other ingredients, mixing it all together and making a type of granola. I will also be having a special guest coming on to join me in the kitchen. Gotta feed my wife and kids, so let's go. Okay, now that we got that part started, I'm gonna invite our guest on and introduce you to my friend. So today, I have a very special guest with me. Her name is Doreth Mitchell. She is the author of 2 remarkable books. One of them is called The Good in My Affliction, and the other book is called Let Go, Let God. Now, these books are amazing. They truly are life transforming, but that's not what makes her special to me. What makes her special to me is that she's my mother. I call her Mom. Mom, welcome to the show. I'm so glad that you were able to join us. You're probably the reason why I am in the kitchen even today. Certainly at least one of the individuals that has inspired me when it comes to cooking. Anyhow, without any further ado, this is my mom. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, son. It's really a delight to be with you and to watch you cook. I wish I was there with you so I could eat some of that good food.
Yeah, me and my mom, we like to taste each other's food as we have our special days, whether it is a holiday, whatever special days that we have. I always look forward to some of my mom's dishes, and some of the dishes that I have fixed, even on the show, has been directly inspired by my mom's cooking. Like, for example, the tofu chicken that I fixed in one of the episodes, that
tofu chicken is one of my favorites that my mom fixed, and I learned how to fix that tofu chicken from my mom. So mom, yeah, you definitely are inspiration. So tell me, when I was growing up, did you think that I was gonna be in the kitchen cooking?
Never ever thought so. And was always the one that's in the kitchen and loved to cook, but Mirthell was always doing something else. Didn't really seem to have any interest. I'm really amazed.
I know. I was such a picky eater. I didn't want to eat any of the food that you guys fixed me. If you guys fix soup, I would only take the dumplings out of the soup. If you fix rice, then you're going to have to probably fry it up for me or something, because I didn't want to just have the plain rice. So I was a picky eater.
Remember that.
Yeah. But one of the things I really liked was the way you guys raised me was so health conscious. So many of the trends that are coming back around today, the trends of being plant-based, it's remarkable how you guys were ahead of your time.
Yeah, that's true. When I first got the health message many years ago, your dad was the one really that, was really health conscious. And then I got on board after.
Oh, okay. And how many years ago was that?
That was maybe 50 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you're saying that you've been plant-based for 50 years?
Well, we were what you call lacto-vegetarian. We still eat milk and cheese and so forth. But apart from that, later we progressed into being vegan.
Right. It was more like progression. But I remember growing up, we were lacto-ovo-vegetarian. We still ate eggs. We still ate meat, cheese, like you said. But yeah, now we've advanced from that. But I don't recall drinking a lot of milk, though. We always had soy milk in our fridge. Before soy milk became popular, we always drank soy milk.
That's true. Yeah, once the children came into our life, then we stopped using cow's milk.
Right.
Progressed to almond milk or soy milk mostly.
Right. It was a lot of soy milk. I remember the powders and stuff like that. There was always something new and interesting in the fridge. One moment there's some Shackley. I still to this day don't know what that is. And then the next minute we have red clover in containers and we're drinking red clover. So there's always something interesting that was in our fridge, which helped me to really appreciate where we are now as a family, because recently, now going on 2 years now, we are pretty much predominantly plant-based. I don't think that I would have been able to take the leap that I've taken here if I wasn't raised with consciousness that, I really need to take care of my body. Now, I'm not perfect. I'm still a work in progress, but definitely the principles of plant-based is very important to me because of you guys. So like I said, you're an inspiration to me, even though I wasn't eating everything that you guys put in front of me. Watching you cook, watching dad cook, watching granny cook, because mom's mother came from Jamaica when my grandfather passed away, and she has been with us from the time she was in her 60s. She didn't pass away until she was almost 99. She was just shy of 99. So I had the privilege of having 3 chefs in the kitchen: my mom, my dad, and my grandmother. And so a lot of the inspiration that I have is from watching them. That was quite a thing.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that you are progressing in the right direction.
Right. So mom, like I said, you could not have imagined me being a cook, right? So tell me, what was most surprising when you saw me in the kitchen? What surprised you the most?
Well, to be honest to you, I watched you and I said, perhaps it's in your dreams somewhere, because your dad also enjoys cooking. I didn't have to do all the cooking at home. And some of the things that I cook, I pick up a lot of what he does. And so really, it was really not too much of a surprise, because, I just thought that, well, you had some of your dad genes in you.
That is true. I mean, I guess as a young man watching my dad cook, it was not much of a leap that when I became a man, that would be an important part of my life. Feeding my family was just like an extension of what I grew up with. Almost like I felt, maybe inside I felt like, this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to feed my family. It's so funny though, mom, because Shiloh is the least likely that I see cooking, but more likely he's going to be exactly like me, when he grows up. He's probably going to be in the kitchen. He's probably going to do the same thing. And it's so interesting how that pattern passes on from generation to generation.
Yeah, I believe that, because Shiloh seemed to have a little bit of interest there looking at you cooking. One day I was there with you guys. He was very small then, and he said, oh, I want to learn how to cook.
Right. He's not shy of the kitchen. Like, he'll come in, but it's just like, I think that I see a lot of myself in him. When I was 14, I wasn't really interested in staying in the kitchen. I was interested in going outside and playing with my friends. And that's what Shiloh's doing right now. Like, he always online playing with his friends. But I'm telling you, I can definitely see him being the next chef in the kitchen. And I have to pass on the apron to him. He actually helped me fix one of the meals on the show. It was a meal that I made. It was a vegan shrimp boil. It was vegan shrimp. And he helped me in the kitchen fix a vegan shrimp boil. So he knows his way around the kitchen.
Wonderful. So, son, what are you going to cook today?
So today, I'm not cooking per se, but I am fixing a meal. It's one of my family's, especially Rita's, favorite meal for breakfast. And it's called granola. It takes seeds, dates, and different things like that, maple syrup, and you combine it together and it creates sort of like a granola, but it is all raw products using seeds and nuts and different type of fruits. It's really delicious. And pouring it with some soy milk or your favorite plant-based milk and adding fruit is just a delicious addition to your breakfast. So that's what I'm fixing today.
Oh, that sounds good. Wow. Sounds healthy.
Yeah, it is healthy, but it's very delicious. And that's what I like to do. I like to fix healthy things that is good for your heart, good for your health, but also I don't like to compromise taste.
Good.
So Mom, tell me a little bit about the 2 books that you have written, and as well, tell me a little bit about your 3rd book that you have coming on the way.
Okay, the first book, that's called The Good in My Affliction. How that book came about actually is it grew from my experience that I had with the trials I went through with my son's illness. My first son, Pedro, his name was called, and then my dad, my husband. I went through quite a bit with both situations. And while I was going through it, I never dreamt that I would write a book. After going through all the experience that I had with them both, the trials and tribulation that I went through with both illness and subsequently their death, then I thought maybe I need to share my story so that someone could be blessed from it. And so that's how that book came about.
Right. Your story is a remarkable story. And I feel a connection to it because I was living it. I'm not being biased for the fact that it's my mom and I helped her write it. But the good thing about this book is that it really was intriguing. I mean, after I finished writing it, I've written other things and I don't read it over. I wrote it and then that's it. But this book, I have read it several times. It's that powerful. And don't take my word for it. Whenever I talk to people who have bought this book, every single one of them have told me that they've read it several times. And the book is not too long, so that when you're reading the book, it doesn't take long for you to get through it. And it's so intriguing. The first book especially, it just left me breathtaking. And then by the time we got to the second book, wow, like it truly turned around and was a blessing back to me. So the first book that my mom is sharing it was about my dad, my brother, the passing of her mother. Didn't it touch a little bit on the passing of your father?
I think I did, briefly.
Briefly, right. But the whole concept of the book basically is when you're going through affliction or when you're going through a very difficult time, how can you see God's goodness during those times? What even inspired you? Not many people would say that I was afflicted and this was something good for me. Like, how did you come up with that?
Okay. It took a good while in my experience to actually accept my book, my writing as good, my thoughts then. Because when you're going through difficult situation, it's so painful. How can you see it as good?
Right.
However, after the passing of my husband, passing of my son, and I am reflecting on all these situations that I've gone through, because there are other scenarios in it that I talked about when my husband and the life we had together, and even the difficulties we had, because there was a time when we were separated briefly from each other so that he could continue his education, so forth. And even my children were separated, just to give you a little bit of what's in it. After all those situations, I can see good from what happened before, because it turned out just the way that God decides that he will bless us when we handle our situation that we are going through in a godly way, with thanksgiving, knowing that he's a loving God. With those things in mind, and along with God taking me through my son's illness and even answering my prayer when I asked the question to my God, God, why did this happen? Why did this happen? And the way in which it happened. And God did answer. And so when I see the way God has treated me through that situation, and even with my husband's illness, I prayed about something specific and God answered right on.
Right. That's the powerful thing about your book. It literally documents conversations that you had with God and how God was answering them in very tangible ways. And a lot of people have not developed that kind of closeness with God where they can pay attention and they can identify when God is responding back to them. And what I appreciate about your book is that it highlights when you are paying attention and you're learning the voice of God, you're able to actually hear his voice very clearly, which ends up kind of answering the overall concept of the book, which is trusting God. The most holy and righteous thing that we can do is not necessarily live a perfect life where we never make a mistake. The most holy and righteous thing that we can do is understand who God is and trust him. And so this book, it's not just the good in my affliction, it is also the God in my affliction. And the God in my affliction is good. Therefore, he is the good in my affliction. He gives us a confidence to get through some very difficult times. And that was a connection that really is powerful. When you get to know God, you can get through anything in your life.
Amen.
That was very powerful. And one of the things I like about your book, Mom, is that it tells a story of a very young girl. It starts from you being young. And so if there's somebody who is a young girl who has dreams, you'll be able to identify with this book because it introduces you to a very young girl at a very young stage in your life. And then it takes you through your life. So now you get to know it as a mother, even as a single mother at a time when you and dad were separated because he was doing school and you had migrated to Canada. People can identify with it if you're a single parent, or if you have lost a loved one, you can identify with the loss of death. You can identify with being an immigrant, or you can identify with the struggles of financial hardship. So there, you got everything in this book. Challenges with your children, facing your fears. It's truly a book that I think anyone can pick up and be able to identify with the themes of difficulty, challenges, and hardship, and how you can get through. That's what I loved about that book and your story. So tell me a little bit about your second book.
I started my second book with a different theme. Just wanted to write about other things that has happened in my life. However, while writing that book, another situation came up in my life when my daughter took ill. I had to change the theme because after she took ill, she subsequently passed away, not very long. And so the theme of that book was changed to Let Go, Let God. This was also a very difficult situation that I was faced with. It's different from the good in my affliction. Yes, I know that God would work this out to be of some good as well, because he's a good God. But I thought, well, let go and let God. I had to let go of everything that's happening in my life that I don't like or that has been painful, knowing that the same God who took me through the first scenario with my husband's illness would also take me through my daughter's illness. And so I realized that at this stage of my life, the only way I'm going to be a survivor and to grow from this situation is to let go and let God, the God who is sovereign, to take control of my life. This is the reason for that title.
Wow. Once again, I was going along with this with you, and you've always been a strong backbone of our family, whether it was a family, my nuclear family growing up as a child, or even today, you've always been a strong spiritual presence. I can always rely on you for spiritual strength going through difficult times, because I know I have a praying mother. Like, prayer is one of the things that you do extremely well. Your connection with God is very powerful and strong. And so when I was going through this moment, I watched you, how you were able to handle the situation. And what we did was we documented the story from the time my sister got sick to the time of her passing, which was a very brief window. And it caught us by surprise. And one of the things about this book is it talks about basically your biggest fear. You had already lost your son. My brother, my oldest brother, he died at around 26. Now my sister is 44 and I'm the youngest. I am now past the age that my sister was, turning 46 in just a few months. I think that this was facing one of your biggest fears, that you're going to now lose another member of your family. And the way that you faced it is documented in the book, how you're able to face your biggest fears. So your fear doesn't have to necessarily be someone dying. You could have a fear of accomplishing a purpose that you've had, and you keep on holding back or being lackadaisical, or you're scared for your own success, your fear of failure. Whatever your fear is, fear of rejection, fear of failure, this book talks about facing your fears and how you can face your fears. That is still surrounding around the concept of let go and let God. It's back to that same theme of trusting God. And at the same time, it chronicles my sister facing her own imminent death and how she did that. Just like how I said to you, Mom, did you ever imagine that I would be a cook? Well, the way that Rosia faced her death, I would never imagine such bravery, such boldness, and such faith. Not that she wasn't raised in a house of faith. It's just that it was so palatable. I was able to see her faith. It was tangible. If I was even in the same situation that Rosie was in, I would have been like, I have to leave my kids. I have to leave my husband. I have to leave everything I've built. And in such a quick amount of time. And I won't get it too much into the story because that's kind of like the unfolding of it and how quick it was and how she handled it is a part of that story that is powerful. But wow, it's another remarkable story that you were able to capture your life and be able to present it to others in a remarkable way. And I just want to thank you, Mom, for being such a wonderful spiritual leader.
I give God thanks, son. I give God thanks.
So you have a third book that's coming out that you're working on. Can you tell me a little bit about that? Because some people that are watching have already read your other two books and they're waiting for your third one. So can you tell me a little bit about this book that you're working on?
My prayer has been, God, use me in whatever way I can be used for you. I had no concept that I would write another book or what I could write, what I could share. I know I wanted to do something for God. I thought to myself, Lord, I prayed about it. And I said, God, if it's in your will and plan for me to write another book, then here I am. Show me, talk to me, tell me what you want me to do. And I thought to myself, maybe there's so many more things that I can share. And so, God, I just ask for you to lead me. And so I thought of perhaps doing a devotional so I could share some more of my life or even to help others in how they can cope with the seasons of life. Because we go through so much in life, from a child progressing into even old age, even to where I am now, as I thought, God, if it's in your plan, and if you see that I can do it, I cannot do anything without you. So, I had to ask God to lead me, because for me, I'm a new writer. I don't have any confidence in myself that way, really. But my confidence is in God. And I know without a shadow of a doubt, if this is in God's plan of things and purpose, it's going to happen. And so every day I wake up, I ask God for a new refreshing of his spirit and for his leading and for his guidance. I have written January, February, March. I'm right up on target.
All right. So basically it is a daily journal that someone can read your daily thoughts from January all the way to December.
Amen.
You're going to be launching it, I suppose, in 2022.
I am hoping that will be it. I have a confidence that God will indeed give me an entry for every day. And I am personally enjoying it. Even if this did not come to maturity, it has helped with my spiritual growth. And if it has helped me, then it has done. If it's helping me, then I'm hoping, I'm trusting that's God's providence for it to help someone else.
And that is a sign of a true, genuine person. It's life really, truly is about how we can be genuine and authentic within our own lives. And how that impacts others is how that impacts others. I think so many people are so focused on pointing the fingers at others and saying, what is a deficit in someone else's life? And I'm here to help you. Can you imagine if we all just came with a greater sense of humility and said, Lord, God, help me, make me a better person. And in you being a better person and in your family, focusing on having authentic connections with one another, who knows, maybe somebody watching will be able to benefit from the authentic changes and things that are happening in your own life. I think that's a better approach. I think a lot of people tend to be judgmental and telling people what they should do. I think each person needs to make their own decisions. And if we are going to do anything, let's just be an inspiration. Let's not be a judge. Let's not be the judge and jury. Let's be an inspiration. Let people choose whether they want to kind of learn something from you or not. And if there's nothing to learn or to glean or to be inspired from your life, then they pass. Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to this book. I'm looking forward to your next book coming out. Do you have a title yet?
I don't have a title. Title will come up, but it's basically on prayer, the seasons of life, how you relate to situations in your life, how God has led you through it. And the purpose for that is to help others. You know, if this comes to maturity, or when it comes to maturity, I should say, to help others to know that there's no situation that God allows you to go through that he doesn't have an answer and he doesn't have a reason.
Wow. Okay, this is going to be another powerful one. So I just want to encourage all of our audience. This is my mom. I call her mom. Her name is Dorothy Mitchell. Her books are The Good in My Affliction. If you're an Onyx fan, that would be, you know, the Onyx grandfather and my family. My father chronicles our life as my childhood. It doesn't get too detailed into my childhood, but there is a chapter that talks about my birth and some drama surrounding around that time period. Then the other book that we have written, me and my mom, is Let Go and Let God, which is my sister. I remember right before her passing, she was just so happy to see Onyx family give birth, to see the Onyx kids. She was so proud to be Onyx kids' aunt. And it was a really sad time for all of us as we attended her funeral. And just being inspired by her life, it was a great privilege to be able to give that book back to the world so that they can get to know her, but more importantly, get to know her God and get to know our faith. And then now this book coming out, I will keep you up to date on www.onyxfamily.com on our website. That lists all of our books. Once that book comes out, we are going to put it on that website so that you guys will be able to benefit from that too. So if you can appreciate how the Onyx family has faith, family, and fun all together in our mission, tell the story, feed the soul, make them laugh, heal the heart, then you will definitely appreciate the addition of Onyx Grandma, Onyx Mom, my mom, her book as well. Mom, before we go, I usually ask my guests how they feed their soul. So could you share with us before I go how you feed your soul?
How I feed my soul? Well, there are many ways. I'm a reader. I love to read. And so I read different books, but most importantly, the Bible. So I feed my soul through the word.
All right.
I feed my soul through prayer. I just have to pray. I must pray. And in fact, I make it a duty to pray at least 3 times per day. I pray when I get up in the morning. I pray at midday. Now I'm retired. I can do it. And I pray before I go to bed at night. But not only that, I snack in between. I snack on the word.
Right.
I find it so healthy.
Right.
That keeps me going. That's what keeps me ticking. I also enjoy gardening. And when I'm out in the garden, it points me to nature. And that's God again.
Right.
I get object lesson while I'm there. That's something else that I really enjoy. So I'm in connection with God right there in the garden, watching things grow.
Right. It's not unusual for me to get a random text from you at sometimes 3 or 4 in the morning where you're sharing a text with me. So you are up quite early to start your prayers and I get to benefit from it. And I just want to thank you. And thanks for joining us on our show, Feed the Soul with Mirthell. You're a very special part of my spiritual development and my overall development. I just want to thank you for being an amazing mother.
Thank you, son. Thank you for having me.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, the meal is ready. Let's check it out. Today I will be fixing a special Jamaican traditional meal called ackee and saltfish. However, I won't be using saltfish, I will be using plant-based alternatives, so a vegan ackee and saltfish. It is a traditional meal that you can eat with breakfast, You can eat it with dinner, but I'm gonna fix it around a breakfast style type meal. So we will also be having a guest on the show. I gotta feed my wife and kids, so let's get started. Okay, now that we got that part finished, it's time to meet our guests. Hi, Deborah, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I am fine. Now, I know that you're used to calling me pastor, but I need you to call me Mirthell, okay? Oh. For this, because my audience knows me as Mirthell. Now, yeah. Deborah knows me as pastor. So she oftentimes will call me pastor, so it might be a little bit difficult for her. So Deborah today is one of my friends, and we'll get into how I met Deborah. But Deborah is the CEO of Go Ye Foundation. It is a charitable foundation that is doing amazing big things on the continent of Africa, specifically Zimbabwe. There are some challenges and there are some needs that she is meeting as far as hunger is concerned, as far as COVID, the effects of COVID is concerned. She's getting into orphanages. She's getting into old age homes. She's getting into prisons. She's getting into communities. She's doing a great work. And Onyx family has just been so proud and happy about that initiative that we have joined them and we have made contributions to this effort. So we're going to get into that, but I just want to introduce you to the CEO of Go Ye Foundations, Deborah. Thank you for joining me, Deborah.
Thank you. I will try by all means not to say pastor. Thank you. Yeah.
So let's get into that. So how me and Deborah met is that I was once her pastor, okay? Yeah. And so that's why she's so accustomed to calling me pastor. So Deborah, when was that? That was like 2007
or 8. 8.
Might have been 2000. Yeah, I think 2008.
Yes, that was 2008 because that's why I just came into the country of Canada. Right. You were the first family that I could just really be comfortable because at that point, things were not so right, as you remember.
Yes, yes.
My family was going through a challenge where there was going to be a separation. I guess you were the only family. I'll say family because your wife played a very big role. I will say this. I was like a broken, a bag full of glass. The bag is good.
Yeah.
The glasses inside are broken. So as I walked around, as I came into your church, I walked in and I had a bright smile, but inside it wasn't so good. But I know you used to notice that and many times would sit and talk. But there's one thing that your wife, Rita, said to me. She said, out of everybody in the world that I know, you second to my mom, you are the strongest woman I've ever known. I didn't think I was strong. But when she told me that, I was like, I think I gotta own this. So,
but we saw that. We saw that in you. You weren't just strong. Anybody can go through difficult times, and you went through difficult times, as you have said, and you were going through a separation, and eventually it became a divorce. But you're such a strong and special woman. I have seen how you were able to still love on your family and keep everyone together despite some things that we just can't help. Like there's some things that we just can't help. And what me and Rita saw in you was that strength, and we admire you. And so I guess it helps to have the first lady of the church be your buddy because I noticed that you guys started to form a friendship and you guys would talk. And
she asked me, for me, I come from Zimbabwe. When somebody is said to be a pastor, right? We won't pray to them, but it is an honor, right? It's somebody who is special that you get comfort, like even the wife, we call them mama, right? At home, mama, because whenever you have a problem, you go to them. So one time she asked me, she said, Deborah, you are my friend. I didn't know what to say. I said, this is too much of an honor, friends.
Right. But it was wonderful. It was wonderful to be able to know you and to see how you were able to deal with complex situations. A lot of the times we lift up families that appear to have it all together.
Yes.
And we honor families that appear to have it all together. And we know that nobody has it all together. And every family has their challenges, including the Onyx family. Yes. But when you have it all together and so many things are working well, we honor them, we lift them up, and we say, I love the Onyx family. Yes. But what we honor about you, Deborah, is that you had a broken situation that was not easily fixed. And we love to see how you worked with that and how your relationship with God helped you to keep your family together and loving one another despite separation, divorce, remarriage, and starting over. It's just beautiful. And we honor you for that because you're a good example.
Thank you.
Yeah. So today it is great having you on the show. And, I'm really looking forward to getting into how you're not just loving on your family, but how you're loving on the world and how you're loving on Zimbabwe and different places that you have this foundation. And so we're going to get into that.
Alrighty. So I've seen a lot of things on Facebook and places where you are cooking, Pastor, and I've actually gotten into liking vegan food, vegetarian food, just because. So I just wanted to know what's going on and what are you making today if you're making something.
So today, Deborah, I am fixing a West Indian meal where it's a very common dish. It's ackee, and what most people would put in it is saltfish, but I am going to put a vegan fish in it. So it's ackee and a vegan fish, and kind of introduce my audience to Jamaican cuisine, but vegan style. So Deborah, what do you have cooking in your side of the kitchen? And I'm not talking about food, I'm talking about your Goey Foundation. What do you have going on? Because this is really remarkable.
It is. Honestly, me and my family have been trying our best to be there back home. As we all know that economically and a lot of more other things that are happening in our country, as a God-given responsibility, we take it as our responsibility to help out whatever the government is not doing based on whatever challenges they are having. We take it as our responsibility to do. So over the years, we've been doing as much as we could, buying groceries for those that couldn't, paying medical bills here and there. But the situation has gone so much that I can talk about maybe 80% of the population of Zimbabwe. They really need us as the entire world to put our hands together. It became so tough for us that whatever we had, we don't have much. We shared almost everything that we had. Mm-hmm. But then I said, you know what? I have my friends, wonderful friends that I am not afraid to approach, because before this, I've been trying to do something for myself because I feel it inside of me that I need to be somewhere there, like I need to be known. It's just in me that I need to be out there, right, and do things. I tried a show called Keeping Up with Ann Canada.
Right, I remember that. And that was really fun to watch your family doing those things.
Yes, and to know that you, Onyx family, from nowhere, you called us and said, we can help you build your YouTube, your channel. And you were there for me, of course, challenges here and there, you know, and stuff like that, having grown kids moving away who were helping out with the channel. But you never left us alone, right? You were there for us. So that's why on that day, I said, you know what? I know this challenge that I'm having to help out my country, not just my own people, my family, but everybody else, because we're all the same. I wouldn't sleep at night knowing that somebody in Zimbabwe, even if they are not my family, their kids didn't eat. So I said, I know of friends that could help out. So that's why I had to make that phone call. I guess it was a text to your wife, Rita. And I told her, I said, you know what? I have this thing and I wish you could help me out, help these people. And I had faith, honestly, because my daughter, when I was making that call, my daughter and my husband, they were like, "Ooh, what are you doing?" I said, I know I don't have so much faith, but for the first time, I know I have faith with these ones here. I'm going to tell them the only thing they can say is no.
Right. And I'm glad that you called us, because when people are in need of help,
yes,
it is a blessing and a privilege to be able to help them. So it's not only a blessing when you receive something. To me, it's a blessing when I have the opportunity to give back. It is better to give than to receive. And so for me, when you called and you invited us to join this initiative so that we can give some of what we have back to a community that is desperately in need, I felt that that was a huge blessing. And I just want to thank you for making that call. So basically, you had this passion for your country and you really saw the great need. So it moved from you and your family just trying to help to creating a foundation and an organization that can do it in a more systematic way.
Made me think about that. I wasn't thinking of making an organization or anything, but the first question you asked me, because you came back with Rita and you're like, so what should we do? We really want to help. You know, I was laughing at Rita because when I was showing her some things from my country, I showed you a well where there was water in it. She's like, what is that? I'm like, oh boy, typical Americans.
Right, because it looked like just a pit that had dirty water in it. Like it did, like a well. Like when I think of a well, I think of, ooh, nice stones, crystal clear water.
By what you guys are doing, honestly, I'm not going to lie to you. The impact that you have made to those people, actually, it's amazing.
From concept to conceptualizing it, you've now moved from the idea of starting a foundation to actually going ahead and starting it. And we have joined you in being one of the first contributors. What have you been able to do with the donations that you have received? And who are your audience that you're helping? So what are some of the demographics that you've been able to help in Zimbabwe?
Like there are little children, like you talked about a lot of things that I ended up venturing into because of the contributions that were made. I went into an orphanage. In that orphanage, there is a lot of need, like just basic needs. So the needs that we incur here in the Western countries is different from the ones back in our countries. I'm talking about food, just basically food, right? And these kids, they need uniforms, they need shoes. I'm talking about maybe a child who has never had shoes in their life, and food and pencils, just a pencil from a dollar store. That would mean a lot for a child.
Oh, right.
I'm asking for those things: pencils, stationery, shoes, clothes. We went to an old people's home too. These are old people who were picked from the streets.
They were homeless.
Some of them are 89, 90, and they are old, but like we managed to adopt one of them. They were so happy. We bought them food, we bought them everything. So our main idea was to go back there and be taking care of them. Some of them want wheelchairs, they can't walk. If you realized, we had a few of them coming in. We had a meeting one time. You saw some of the videos. They couldn't come because some of them don't have walkers, right? They don't have just the basics, you know, just the basics.
So Deborah, you guys are helping everyone. You're helping people from prisons. You're helping the old age individuals where they don't have families that are taking care of them. They're on the street. You're helping orphanages. You're helping communities that are struggling. That is really wonderful that you had it in your heart and that you've allowed the Onyx family to be a part of that initiative. Thank you so much. Wow, that is wonderful. Deborah, we are so happy to be a part of this initiative. And the reason why I was excited to bring you on my show is because I wanted to give our audience the opportunity to also give back to this initiative. If this is something that they feel impressed that they would like to make a contribution. And I heard you talk about just a dollar store pencil. So it's not like, you know, it's amazing that what little we can give, how far it can go in some places like Zimbabwe. And so if you have more that you can give, that's wonderful. If you can't give much, but you feel impressed and you'd like to give, we would like to give our audience that opportunity. So where can they go to find this information, Deborah?
Okay, we have a website that we've been trying to, because everything was quick. We just started 2 months ago. With your help, this thing has just blown up so much that we are so geared. Even those who are back in Zimbabwe who are working with us, our crew, they are so excited and to be doing this. So we're still working on the website. You might not find all the information you're looking for, but you go to goye-foundation.business.site.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're going to put that up so that you will have that information. Like I said, you know, even if it's just your prayers where you just feel like you want to make sure that you are giving great energy and prayers towards people that are in need. Well, we just want to make you aware of what's going on the other side of the world and to give you the opportunity to be able to help.
Hi, my name is Mirthell and I am a part of the Onyx family. It is a privilege for me to be able to share with you this special initiative undertaken by a YouTube family led by Aunt Canada. They are a part of our BU community and they approached us and said, we would really love for you to help support our mission for Zimbabwe. During this COVID time, it's been really hard for certain communities within the Zimbabwe community or the country of Zimbabwe to be able to meet these needs. These are prisoners, these are orphanages, these are old age homes in certain communities. And so Aunt Canada and her family has started an initiative called Go Ye Foundation. And this Go Ye Foundation has partnered with the Onyx family as we are all a part of the BU community and we are going to do something about it. So we already started it and we just want to share with you a little bit about what they have done and we want to invite you to join us on this mission. Now I want to share a website with you and if you're interested after you've watched this video, you go to the website and you get the information and you can give your donation as well. GOYEE, that's goye-foundation.business.site. If you go there, you can make a financial contribution, or if you don't have what to give right now, you can always pray and send really good positive energy our way. Thank you so much, and we really appreciate you, and we're looking forward to sharing more with you about what the Onyx family is doing through BU in order to meet the needs of our communities.
Grateful today to be at Metro Pitch and we are breaking ground for the Go Ye Foundation. We are so excited as a team to come here and thus far we have gone. We want to thank the Onyx family. We want to thank the Mandizadze family. We want to thank Musa and Melissa for making this day possible. The birthing of Go Ye Foundation. We were at Metro Pitch today. We are a team that is excited to go far with this program.
So thank you so much, Deborah, for joining us. Thank you for keeping my company in the kitchen as I'm cooking for my family. But now I think I have to get back to my pot and get back to my cooking because I got to feed my wife and kids. But before we go, can you share with me a little bit about how you feed your soul?
Pastor, there is nothing else I can do besides going on my knees at his feet. And I'm talking about Jesus. This is the only way I know to pray for myself, to pray with my husband, to pray for my children. As they are growing older, they are getting more challenges and they are having difficulties in making choices. But with praying and staying at his feet, I believe everything is going to be possible.
Wow. Well, that's wonderful. And I share in that sentiment with you. My family, we daily come together in prayer as we pray for not only ourselves, but mostly for our fans. We're constantly praying for our fans and we're constantly praying for the world. And where we can help, we always are willing to be the hands of God as well. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. And you take care of yourself and I'll see you around.
Thank you for your leadership.
All right. Take care, Deborah. Bye-bye.
The meal is ready. Let's check it out. Today I will be fixing vegan cheesy grits. Now this is one of my wife's favorites. And you know what? I think my kids like it too. We're also gonna be having a guest on the show today, one of my friends that will be keeping me company in the kitchen. And I gotta feed my wife and kids, so let's get started. Now that that part is finished, let's invite our guest on the show. I'd like to introduce you to somebody.
Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Hey, Mirthell. I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm good. And it's so glad to have you on the show. I've been waiting for this one. This is a great show because I get to have my prayer partner on. And, that's important to me. Me and Mike, we're friends for over 20 years.
Yep.
And we are prayer partners. We pray most Fridays around 3 o'clock my time. I think it's 4 your time.
4 o'clock my time, yeah.
Right. We just keep up with one another, and it's so good to have you on the show. My relationship with you is very important to me. But Mike is also the founder of Pixel Producers, which is music digital platform where you can go and you can get sounds, any sounds that you like that could help you with your producing, your music producing, your movie producing. Anyhow, I'm gonna let him talk about it. But right now, I just want to introduce you. This is Mike, and welcome to the show, Mike.
Yeah, so it's again, pleasure is mine. I'm glad to be here with you, Mirthell. As you were saying, this has been a friendship that has been multiple decades, 20 plus years, I'd say. And I appreciate you. From the time that we met back in church, you were the minister. It was always more than that for us. And I think we always had a genuine friendship, even back then. And I owe you a lot. Again, you are pivotal in, me finding and marrying my wife, my current wife of almost 19 years.
Oh my God.
Again, I don't know where we would be without your influence and your impact in our lives back then. And it's just grown over the years into a strong friendship, to the point where you're basically my best friend. You're basically that solid person in my life that I can always lean on and pray with. So it's awesome.
One of my blessed friends, like I always people say best friend, but I have a couple blessed friends. You're definitely one of my favorite and my best blessed friend. We try to stay consistent with our Friday prayers, praying for our family, praying over our kids, praying over our marriage, praying over the country, the situations that we go through. And it gets us through. And I really appreciate that. I remember when we first met, you were like a teenager.
Yeah, I was a kid.
You were what, like 18 or 19?
Maybe, yeah, maybe 17, 18.
17, right. And then I was like the associate pastor, youth pastor at the church. And I mean, I know that it was probably an interesting phenomenon to see a young pastor who was married and had children.
Yeah.
You know, my wife was like, what, 2 years older than you or something like that, or maybe 1 year?
Yeah, really close in age.
We're all here together doing that stuff.
Yeah.
Very proud of you guys for going 19 years now, and that's some good stuff, man.
Yeah, God is good. It's interesting because even thinking back to those early days, I think what made the relationship with you easy is that you were, again, just a genuine person. Up until that point, any pastor, any minister was always this grand figure that's almost like, hey, you can't touch them, you can't approach them, right? So I think meeting you for the first time, it kind of sparked in my mind, okay, this is a real dude, this is a real genuine person. That kind of, you know, it just changed things. It changed the way I viewed my spiritual life, and just changed the way that I see people. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, it all, to me, it all patterns after my relationship with God, because the way that I see it is that I respect the degree, the career, the profession side of things. And I'm not denigrating, you know, being a pastor at all. But at a very early stage in my ministry, I felt uncomfortable with people always calling me pastor, whatever my name was. And then in our culture, they tend to just say pastor. They don't even say your name. So it becomes more distant, so that it's just like everybody's pastor. I leave and the next guy's pastor. Pastor.
That's a title.
Pastor. And it's just like there's this like one person, one entity called pastor. So I really like it when the church members call me Mirthell. And even when I look at, you know, the pattern of my relationship with God, I am encouraged, because I'm a Christian, to call him Jesus. I don't call him Pastor Jesus. I don't call him Holy Jesus. You know, I don't call him. You know, I call him by his name, and that intimacy has made a vast difference in my life. Just the way that I approach God.
Yeah.
I respect him. I revere him. You calling me Mirthell, I've never thought in any way that you disrespected me. In fact, if anything, what I'm hearing from you is it just drew you closer, and it allowed that authenticity to make our relationship more meaningful. And that's just how it was with God. So I felt like, hey, listen, you can call me pastor, but I prefer you not, you know?
Right. Yeah. No, that's amazing. Yeah. No, that's a lot of truth in that. A lot of truth in that. We got to be genuine, right? That's God didn't create us to be these titles, these positions, these status symbols. You know, he created Mirthell, he created Mike, you know, he created us who we are, and the fact that we can acknowledge him for who he is, that's just amazing.
It definitely is.
Yeah.
So we've had years of friendship, years of prayer partnership, and just our families growing up together, and it's just been a wonderful blessing. But, you know, this is who Mike is to me, but I'd like to introduce the Mike that the world is coming to know and to discover through Pixelated Producers. So tell me a little bit, and tell the audience a little bit about what Pixel Producers is, and how did it come about, and tell us where we can find it, all that good stuff.
Yeah, so I see a pot behind you there. So I'm just wondering, what do you have cooking today?
Oh man, okay, so my wife is African American, and I come from Caribbean roots. My parents are both Jamaican. So when it comes to breakfast, especially on Sunday morning, there has been a little bit of tug of war as to what are we going to eat? What is a true Sunday brunch? Okay. What is a true Sunday breakfast? And for me, it's gonna go along the lines of maybe ackee and saltfish with dumplings. You know, it could be a piece of fried bami, or breadfruit, and different things of that nature. Kalaloo with saltfish, but now that I'm vegan, I don't do the saltfish. Ackee. But on my wife's side, she's more accustomed to things like grits.
Or
even pancakes and things of that nature. So there are some things that are distinct towards her culture. So today I am making cheesy grits. And as a nod to my wife and her favorite breakfast meal. So
okay.
Of course, with some sausages and things like that are all vegan that are going to be supplementing it. So
wow. Sounds delicious. I wish I was there to taste it.
But there's gonna be a time where it's gonna be so much easier for us to travel. You being in Toronto, me being in the States. There's gonna be a time where the travel is gonna open up again, and you're gonna have to come and get some of this because this is good.
Looking forward to it.
So, Mike, tell me about pixelated producers, because that's a side of you that the world is getting to know right now, and I know that music is your passion. I have had the privilege of working with you. You have worked on Onyx projects. Some of our projects that we have done, it's been at your hand, and it's been a privilege, and we've been blessed. Our music is doing quite well, and the pieces that you've worked with as well. I remember you worked on one of our monster projects where we were doing a movie.
Yeah.
And it's on iTunes right now. It is.
It was a bad dream. Bad dream? Was it bad dream? I think it was bad dream. Yeah.
That's right. So yeah, this is Mike. He's a friend, but we're also business partners. So I just want you to share with our audience what you offer the world, what you're here to do, and what's your passion.
Yeah. So like you said, so Pixel Producers is the brand. It kind of came about as, I've always been into music, heavy into music since we met, since back in the day, always coming up in the church, playing in the church. But I've always had a passion for music. So whether I was doing it in church, whether I was doing it just at home for my own pleasure, I always loved creating, and that's continued. So now under the brand Pixel Producers, I've started releasing music, a lot of just instrumentals, easy music for you to listen to if you're studying, if you're having devotion time, just to kind of have in the background, that kind of vibe. But also I'm offering a lot of royalty-free music for creators. So whether it's film, television, YouTubers, just online creators, if you need music for your videos, we have it available royalty-free. You can download, and there's also tools available, whether it's just samples, sound sources, if you just need a drum loop or a quick percussion loop just to get an idea going. If you're a music producer yourself, we're going to have those tools available, so you can buy them, you can pick them up and add them to your projects. And I'm just here to encourage other people to create as well. So that's really the goal of it. And to hopefully continue to work with Onyx and any other potential people who just have a need. So that, in a gist, that's what Pixel Producers is.
That is amazing. And one of the things that's amazing is that people that would like to have professional services for free, you are providing that service, and that's awesome. Now, I know that you have some paid services as well. Are those on the same sites, the paid services? Or would they have to contact you directly and then work out a contract?
For I think more intense things, we probably would work directly. You can always go to, if you just Google the Pixel Producers, you can find me Gmail, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, on all those platforms. So if you just Google Pixel Producers, you should be able to find me pretty easy. But the idea is there's going to be there's a store set up where they will have free options there. So you can sample the free things. You can download the free things royalty free. And there also will be paid stuff on the same site. So you can get them both. And if there's anything that you need, a specific need, you can contact me directly and we can talk about those details. So I'm hoping to cover all the bases. So there's a little something for everyone who needs something.
I love it. That is amazing. And part of the reason why I love it is because this is a project that we've been praying about, and I've been the beneficiary of it, but I'm you know what I mean? I want other people to get Mike and producers, but I feel like I'm very much a part of it because we've been talking and sharing, and I've been a part of it for such a long time. So I'm really proud of your progression and developing your company. Tell me a little bit about that passion. Like, how long have you been into music, and how did you get into music?
I don't know. I can't even think of when it started, really. I won't say I was one of those kids that, when I was 2 years old, I was playing the piano. No, I didn't have that kind of story. But like a lot of kids, I think I was kind of forced to do music early, as a kid, being forced into piano lessons, which I hated. Right. So not until probably close to the time around the time we met, later in my teens, I'd say 16, 17 was when I really started playing in the church. And that kind of just something, turned on something. And since then, it's just a part of my life. It's beyond a passion. It's something that I feel like I have to offer. I want to help. I genuinely want to help people who maybe aren't as skilled in that area. But truth be told, I think I'll be making music regardless. If I have a project or not, sure. If I have clients or not, sure, I'll be making music because it's just a gift. Honestly, it's a gift from God to be able to create music, but even just to enjoy it.
Right.
Even just to be able to listen to other people's music and just take it in and feel a sense of satisfaction from it. So music itself is a gift, and again, it's in me. I don't see it going anywhere, and I just wanted to be able to, help and service, be a assistance to anyone that I can.
Right. That's the thing about you, Mike. You're talented, but you're just a nice guy. That's a nice guy. And you have a lot to offer. And one of the things I appreciate about you is your easygoing nature. I remember some projects that I've worked on where I am dragging my foot. Now I'm just kind of like, trying to figure out. You're just so easygoing. You're very patient, easy to work with. And so I know that your other clients feel the same way, people that you've worked with, people that you've played alongside, and you've led in worship teams, and you've done so much in the world of music. I just know that your continued success is just inevitable because you've done so well,
Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Again, it's those prayers, man. It's those Friday prayer sessions. These are the things that keep me going, and to have you as a part of my, as my friend, but also as part of my creative community, I would say, just kind of spur me on and say, okay, this is good, or to give me opportunities to create stuff for you. It all helps kind of build those muscles that I need, to continue to stay fresh and to continue to be inspired and have these ideas. So it's a blessing all around.
So I know that you're very proficient in all genres. I've heard your stuff. I know that you do like everything. I mean, could you give us a taste of, like, not a taste, but to hear it, but could you give us an example of some of the different genres that you do, but which one is your favorite? Like, what's the one that you really like to do?
That's tough to say my favorite. Obviously, obviously gospel and worship obviously has a special place in my heart. And that's part of who I am. I think I'm a worshiper at heart, and I think that always comes out. Funny enough, I think that comes out in regardless of the style that I'm working in, right? Whether it's a certain chord progression or something, it's part of my fiber, right? So I think the way I play that, it translates. Lately, I've been kind of delving more into kind of like a lo-fi hip hop, chill hop kind of vibe, where it's just kind of laid back, as I mentioned before, just instrumental stuff that you can just have on in the background if you're cleaning, if you're cooking, just trying to calm your mind. Because I've noticed a lot, especially these days with the pandemic and everything, there's a lot of people who are just dealing with a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress, and I've kind of been leaning on more so music that can kind of just let you just calm down, calm the nerves. And not that music is a heal all for what's happening in the world, but if I can create something that helps at least alleviate it or take your mind off of the stresses of life for a little while, I think that's a good thing. So that currently would probably be my preferred style. It's kind of like a lo-fi hip hop, mellow, laid back kind of style. So that would be the current favorite.
Very cool. Very cool. Now, so I'm about to go back and get this cooking ready for my family to eat.
All right.
This is definitely one of Rita's favorites, so I'm looking forward to feeding her. But before we go, could you tell us where we can find your stuff? What is the site? And then I ask all my guests this. I say, how do you feed your soul? And so if you could just share a little bit of us, where we can go and get your stuff and how you feed your soul, that would be great.
All right. So again, it's the Pixel Producers. Again, easiest way is just Google it. The Pixel Producers. You can find me on Instagram at the Pixel Producers, TikTok, YouTube, and just the email at gmail.com.
The music that I'm using in the meal that I'm cooking that you guys just heard
That's actually from Mike's site. That's one of his songs. So that's an example of what are the things that he does, that he produces.
Yeah, and there's music currently right now streaming on most streaming services, so you can find it on Spotify, Apple Music as well. So just Google it, you'll find it all.
That is awesome. And so, Mike, how do you feed your soul? I like to feed my family and express my love through food and sharing with others. So I feed my soul by sharing with others. How do you feed your soul?
I feed my soul, well, based on our conversation, I think it's a no-brainer that I feed my soul by sometimes listening to just great music, positive music. But honestly, it starts with the Lord. You know, it starts with getting away, whether it be going for a walk, spending time, just talking to God, just asking for instruction, asking for direction, and thanking him for all that he's done. And then my family as well, you know, spending time with my family, my wife and the kids. These are the things that keep me going, keep me energized, and make me want to keep pumping out, you know, new creative ways of expressing myself. So that is how my soul is fed.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Thank you so much for joining the show. And it was a pleasure introducing you to my audience. And I trust that they are going to check you out and be able to feed their soul and feed other souls with your music, because music really connects with our souls. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, man. The pleasure's all mine. Love to you and the family.
Take care, man.
See ya.
Okay, the meal is ready. Let's check it out. Today I will be fixing vegan fried chicken. Now, it's not really chicken, it's actually tofu, but it tastes like chicken. At least I think it does. Anyhow, we will also be having a special guest on the show as well. I gotta feed my wife and kids, so let's go. All right, so we got that part finished, so let's meet our special guest that will be keeping me company in the kitchen today.
Hey, Mike, what's going on, man?
Hey, Mirth. Great to see you.
How you doing?
Great. You?
No, I'm doing awesome, and it's great to have you on. This is Mike, one of my oldest friends in the world. We go back probably grade 4. That's how far back we go. He is the managing director of Clear Blue Markets, which is a carbon market advisory company. And it kind of deals with climate change and clean energy. And so he's going to tell us a whole lot more about that. But right now, I just want to catch up with you. We talk all the time, first of all. We're constantly talking on the phone, texting, right?
Yes.
But we don't always get to see each other. And it's been a bit.
Yes, it's been a while. I think it's definitely months. Just it's so easy with the text, and this is great. It's really great to see you. Really.
Yeah, and in person, the last time that I saw you, I think our families got together. We went out to eat. We were in Toronto,
It was actually after that, even on your way to Europe. You dropped by for one night in Toronto. Yeah.
You're right. I had one night in Toronto, picking up my mom to go to Europe, and I was able to see you. And we went to like one of our favorite, a restaurant in one of our favorite neighborhoods. And
exactly,
it was excellent.
Where we grew up, it was great. It was great to see you. And then amazingly, you went to Europe and you saw my family there, my wife's family in Europe.
Yes.
Great.
So it was amazing. It was one of the best trips. My mom still talks about it to today. And we are so thankful that you were able to arrange so that when we went to Italy, we were with the Italians, like the real, like
you were there.
Had the real food,
And food was all about that. It was all about food that trip. So it's perfect. It's perfect.
It was so perfect. Your mother-in-law was just fabulous. Your brother-in-law, they treated us like family. And you know what? Me and Mike are family. Like literally, we grew up together. So it just made sense when we went to Italy that I was just like, right there.
You gotta go right in there. It was it's just it's what we are. It's who we are, and we just enjoy the family. And of course, food's a big part of that in our family, and we enjoy it. And it's just great to see you on doing this show, and just it's amazing. It really is amazing.
Oh man,
I'm so happy. I'm so proud of you.
Some amazing experiences. Like I literally grew up with your family. I grew up in your home. Like when I left my home, my parents knew I was going to your house.
Yes.
And we would be upstairs in the third floor because you kind of had the third floor. Your
little den there, a little extra room, hanging over the parking.
And you had that little extra room where you had and Buzzy was in there. Buzzy, your dog.
The little dog. Yes.
And we had so many. Casey Kasem, listening to Casey Kasem in the top 100.
On my old stereo, that was amazing. Yeah, old stereo.
Like your Commodore, all your
64, trying to find a new game and what's on this disc this time, what's not on this disc. Wow.
And then when we got bored of that, we would go in the living room, we'd be playing your Bob Marley CDs.
Yes. Great time. But the truth is, we were actually probably outside 90% of the time. I was just having this conversation with my mom and my wife, and we just, we were outside all the time. We'd leave in the house in the morning and just hang out in that little complex that we lived in. It was perfect. It was so perfect.
And we would be playing hockey. Hockey was one of the biggest staples.
Yes, our road hockey. Who's gonna go net? Yeah, that was great. And then golf in the little park. We were shooting golf balls in the middle, surrounded by houses. Yeah,
it was such great times. I think it was the beginning phases of computer generation time.
Yes.
Some of our memories was there, but the vast majority was outside, either playing hockey, basketball, going adventure. When it would snow, we'd go make snow forts.
Going down to the ravine in the back behind Crawford there, behind the hospital, going down there.
Yes.
Oh man.
Always a big adventure.
Yes, it was an adventure. It's an adventure. It was great. We had baseball back behind the school. We would play baseball there.
Right? Oh my goodness. We had so many good memories, and it's so funny because we have differences. It's so many differences, but you would never know. Like the way that we hung out, you would never know. And then we also had a lot of things in common. Like, for instance, like me and you, like we shared so much in common. Even
our families were part of it. Our families were important, and they played a big role for us. And we had those conversations. Even at a young age, we had those conversations. And it was just, I don't know. I think maybe when we're young as well, we don't really notice some of the differences in many ways. As we get older, we realize some of them and think, okay, that's interesting. But for you and me, I don't know, just great times.
It was just great times. I had a full head of hair. I still do.
So did I.
Mike had, okay, guys, just imagine my hair like this, okay? This is me when I was younger. This was Mike when he was younger, but red.
Yeah.
Big afro, big curls, big red curls.
Not anymore. Something went wrong there. But yeah.
Every time that I tell my family, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm Mike. Because I have like 3 friends that are Mike. And I always say, yeah, the redhead Mike. They're like,
who's the redhead Mike?
I mean, bald Mike.
Yeah. I get it too. I think I have some still in my eyebrows there, but what is left is white basically, but that's okay. But that was me.
Oh my goodness. But we had a ton of fun. And you know what I like, Mike, is that how we just picked up from where we left off. Because there was a time frame where I think I went off and I was doing life, and then you went off.
I was in Europe for 15 years, right? A few emails here and there, texting, but yeah, that's life, right?
When we found each other again and we just got back together, it was almost like we were right back where we left off.
Like nothing changed. And as a matter of fact, it was my mom that you ran into my mom at the store, and she gave you a big hug. She said, "I saw Mirthell. He's so tall now. But I guess you had some late growth spurt. I don't know, because you never really powered over
19, and I shot up at 19.
Yeah. And then my mom was like, "Yeah, he's just so much taller than he's seen before." And then she gave me your number because just to reconnect. And then we were in touch here and there. But then
that's one of the things I like that we do right now. We text almost every day. Well, every week for sure.
At least every week.
At least once a week, but we do it sometimes. Sometimes we go in a run, and it
just goes all hours of the night as well. There could be I can wake up to a message from 4 a.m. from you, and the same from me. It's fun. It's fun.
It is. But one of the things I really enjoy is that guaranteed Friday night, either I'm gonna say Shabbat Shalom,
yes,
or you're gonna say Shabbat Shalom.
Yes.
And that's where we have in common, where we both are observing the Sabbath together, because
it's something we both share, and
you being Jewish, and it's just I love that. I love that about our friendship, that we have that in common.
It's great, and we talk about the similarities and some of the differences, but it's something that I think, well, like you said, at least once a week, we for sure have that connection that we share at least once a week.
At least once.
It's not
that's
been going on.
That's what makes me say to you that you're not just my best friend, because a lot of people are like, "Oh, you're my best friend," or "You're my oldest friend," but I consider you my blessed friend. I always say that you're my blessed friend, because I feel like there is just a blessing knowing you and our interactions and the synergy that we have when we start talking and we start sharing our lives. It's great energy.
Mirth, even as a kid, I remember you would ask me certain questions about my religion, my family, what I grew up in, and you posed questions I just never thought about. At a young age, I had to go back and ask my family, ask the rabbi or so, what's our take on this, and
right.
I never thought about those things. You're young, right? You're a little kid, you're enjoying life, you're playing, and then you raise questions to me, and I'll be, oh, that's interesting. Let me find out. And I think that also shaped my understanding of life and everything like that. It was really, that was when we weren't playing hockey or we weren't playing video games. It was very interesting. And it's still today. I think it's the same thing today, where we can talk about all things. We can joke around. We can laugh around. We can share funny videos. I can watch you on YouTube with your family, which is unbelievable, with my son watching, or my son will watch up and say, "Look at this. I'm watching Mirthell's son, Shiloh. Look at this." Or he's playing Roblox. And it's just so amazing. And then we can have conversations about serious issues. And in this last year, I think, has been a big challenge for everyone, just what's in the news and what's going on. And it's just great to bounce those things off. And also where we're living, it's different scenarios. And I just really enjoy it on many levels.
Same here. It's truly a blessing.
So Mirth, what do you have cooking there?
Man. So today I am going to be cooking chicken tofu. It's actually tofu, but I make it taste like chicken. And it's just an interesting way how to fix it. I actually learned this from my mom, where she will take a piece of tofu. Usually you go with like medium to firm, not extra firm. And then you put it in the freezer and you freeze it so it gets a certain texture. Then you thaw it. And then sometimes you can freeze it again and it gets that perfect texture that almost tastes like chicken, like the texture. And then you season it and stuff like that. So all of that is what I'm doing today. It's fried chicken, but I'll probably bake it. I won't put it in fry. And then I can add different things. So it can either be jerk chicken, or it can be barbecue chicken, or it can be, any tandoori chicken. But basically it's tofu chicken, and then I can season it the way I want to go.
Sounds great. I didn't eat yet lunch, so I'm getting hungry already. So
well,
it's good.
I'm going to have to arrange something. Maybe I can UPS it over to Canada.
That'd be great. But you do have competition. I'll be honest, I'm not the chef in the house. It's my wife, the Italian cook. So you've got good competition there. She feeds me well.
If she cooks anything like her mother, oh my goodness. Her mom took care of us in Italy. Oh my goodness.
I can't say that I'm a good cook or that I necessarily enjoy it or not, but I think early on in our life, I'd be happy to do it. Don't get me wrong. I'd be happy to do it and get in kitchen and cook for whoever. But I think quite early on in my relationship with my wife, she said, "You know what? I'll take care of this. You go use your skill somewhere else."
Right.
That happened a long time ago, and we've worked like that for now. So
Well, that works for some people. I don't think that will work in my house.
I try, and I a couple of times, once or twice, not many. I said, you know what, I'm going to make pasta today. I probably shouldn't have said pasta with an Italian wife.
Right.
And I started cooking it, and I felt this little bird on my shoulder. And slowly tell what? No. And then I said, you know what?
That's the last time I'll be cooking pasta.
Yeah. And you know what? I think everyone's been happy so far, so we're good. We're good.
Right.
My cooking is normally ordering pizza or something like this. I do my part there to help out.
You can order a good pizza.
Good pizza. I know what I'm doing with that.
So what do you got cooking up in the kitchen besides ordering pizza? Like, I know you're doing some big things with your company. What do you got cooking up with that?
Yeah, you know, like I said, this has been a very interesting year, and here at Clear Blue Markets, we're busy with all issues around climate change, and climate change is a very important topic that we're all dealing with, and lots of repercussions and a lot of interesting opportunities, and we're very busy working with on all sides of the market actually, but a big part of what we do is helping large emitters deal with their emissions and deal with their situations in carbon pricing programs, and also helping projects get developed that are clean energy. So at the end of the day, I think we're very much involved with helping reduce emissions, which will help reduce the impact of climate change.
Wow, that is fascinating. And you know, I always hear the state of our environment and the state of emissions and the state of clean energy and all that kind of stuff. And I think the vast majority of people don't really fully understand it. You know, we do our part by recycling and making sure that we're putting plastic in plastic and glass in glass. But beyond that, I think the vast majority of people don't really understand it. So could you give us like a really brief crash course on just the environment on a whole and what our responsibility is?
Yeah, sure. And I think your point is a good one in the sense that, you know, I studied conservation biology. That's what I did in my undergrad and my master's, and I got a degree in that. And then, you know, I wasn't ready. Actually, it's where I met my wife. She was in academia herself, and I felt that academia wasn't really the thing for me at that point. So I went to Amsterdam, to Europe, to study another second master's, and it was more about environmental management. And it was bringing the academic world into the real world and the business world, and to say, okay, how do we practically solve some of these environmental issues that we have? And I did that course, and I really enjoyed it. And at that time, carbon pricing, carbon markets were just starting to take off in Europe, and in the Netherlands and Holland was a big player in that. And I was able to find an opportunity to then start getting into that market. And it was a very interesting period. That was back in the early 2000s when these things were just starting to really pop up, and there was programs and policies to start tackling these issues that we were facing as a society. And, you know, global warming it's there. It's real. It's reality. You know, you can't expect to burn coal or fossil fuels high levels and not expect there to be some sort of negative impact. It's just to keep it simple. That's what it comes down to. You know, so there's these programs in place to sort of solve these issues. And I think a lot of it came down to us in the developing world, where we had our industries growing quickly, using coal, using natural gas, all these fuels that did impact the climate change. And the thinking was, okay, how do we reduce our impact that we already have done? How do we also support other countries and other areas to not do the same mistake that we did? So to start off clean, don't start off dirty, start going cleaner much quicker than we did. And there were these mechanisms in place in the European Union to support projects on a global level to sort of, let's not start with coal, let's not start with some of these dirty things, let's start with wind, let's start with solar, let's start with all, on the energy side of things. And it was very interesting for us because at the company that I was working for at the time, it was a new world, and I was young, and most of my colleagues were also young, and we were thrown into this, and it was a very important topic that we were rushed to sort of support. And it gave me, I was very fortunate, the chance to travel the world to help look and try to develop these types of projects. And I think to your question, many people don't really understand it all. In these places, it was also, what is clean energy? What are these opportunities? Why would I get a benefit if I do this project? And for me, maybe the system wasn't always perfect. It was learning, it was a process, but it got countries, it got individuals, it got corporations, big companies thinking about doing things differently.
Right.
It was a push, and we're still doing it. We're still, the reality is we're still using coal, we're still using oil, and there's a need for that. There's a need for a transition. We understand that, but how do we make that transition quicker than we would normally do if we weren't pushing these things?
So your company not only helps to encourage new mechanisms, but you guys also help do transitions, are you saying?
Yeah, so we try to support our clients and there's different sides of this business, but there's regulations in many places like we have here in Canada.
Okay.
And we help our clients, work within those regulations to optimize so they can benefit from this transition, so they're not hit too hard. Because we also realize that we can't just close down things tomorrow. One way of slowing down emissions is just close down the plant. That's not feasible. That doesn't work. That's just not reality, right? So how do we have a transition where the economy stays strong and we get to a goal of reduced emissions over time? And how does that work? And how did the policy work actually, or how is the policy not working? What can we do to make it work better? Because the reality is the individuals and the governments that are creating policies, they have, I believe, good intentions. We believe that they have good intentions, but you can't predict the future every time. You can't predict it's going to work like this or work like that. And things change, or sometimes it's a mistake. And our client can't do something because the emitter needs to do this or that. And what we try to do is make sure it functions so there's strong, credible programs where everyone's on board from all levels, from governments, from NGOs, from emitters, from citizens. And we get to that process where we actually, or the programs are successful at the end of the day. That's important.
So when I hear you talking about it, if I was to compare you guys to a book, I wouldn't say that you guys are so much dictionary, just kind of like just says very, very simple words, definition. I feel like you guys are more like an encyclopedia. Like you're giving the definition, you're giving the words. You are giving them policy. You're giving them the new things that they could do. You're giving them how they can transition. It's like you guys are, it's like a comprehensive approach.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent way to describe it. There's so much going on. I think you can just click, everyone here can click on the news and see climate change, emission reductions, clean energy. There's a lot going on, and it's great. It's moving quickly, but we try to make it work. We try to make the policy very practical and actually efficient, and transactions. These markets, a lot of them have market mechanisms, so transactions can occur. So we support that as well, and help.
So you're networking people, and you're
exactly. Emitter A, emitter B,
governments and policymakers, and then you're
exactly that. And then we also, the one way to look at it, there's sort of two ways a player can fit into this world today. Those that have emissions that have obligations to reduce.
Mm-hmm.
And there are those industries or those countries where they don't have an obligation. We can't force them to reduce like we should here, for example. But we say, okay, if you do something, you're going to get rewarded for that. You're going to get an offset credit or a carbon credit, which then can be used by the emitter. So in many cases, we are actually on the ground supporting individuals or companies that would not be doing these projects, but because they have an incentive to do it, they decide, okay, we're going to do this project instead. We're going to go above and beyond what we need to do. And that's brought us as a team. So when I think about the team that I work with, my partners, I'm fortunate. I've been working with two of my partners for almost 20 years as well. We've been together from company to company as a real team. I've been really lucky to have this core group of friends, of colleagues that we've been able to experience this, and the good and the bad. It's been a ride. It's not perfect. It hasn't been perfect, but it's amazing what's happened over 20 years. And I can say we've traveled the world. I've been to places that I would never have dreamed of have gone, and tried the food in these countries, and I think about the places I've been and the people I've met. I've been very fortunate, so that's for sure.
Wow. So Mike, clearly you have talked to, I've shared with you beyond this conversation. So I know you've talked to dignitaries, you've talked to politicians, you've talked to tribal leaders in Africa, top presidents of countries, you've been in their presence, or some of their ambassadors. So you're talking on very high level people in the government, and people well known. You've dropped some names that I won't say, but people that are names of recognition.
It's exciting.
It's amazing what you're doing, and I'm so proud to be your friend, to know that you're working on this level to make the world a better place. But can you just I'm going to just take it down to just the common person now. So now, moving away from policymakers and the big corporations that you're constantly working with and moving, what do you tell the average guy who really doesn't know exactly what we're talking about here? What are simple things that we can do to make a difference? You may not talk on that level where you're at, but just for our sake, what are just some simple things that we can do to make a difference?
Yeah, so there's a number of things that you can do on your own to help solve the problem of climate change that we're dealing with today. One thing it's a hot topic that we're all seeing is electric vehicles. More and more we're seeing electric vehicles being offered in the market. It started with Tesla, but as you can see, especially over the last year, almost every major brand is coming out with that. And I'll be honest, I'm looking to get a new car, and I believe this is going to be my first time getting a full electric vehicle. I have a hybrid.
What are you thinking about getting?
There's a few options before. At first I thought I only could the only option was the Tesla, and that was it. But every day I see a commercial on TV of GM, Ford, Audi. They're all coming out with really interesting, nice looking,
right, and sports cars too.
Sports cars as well, and even SUVs. So tailored to the needs of what people are looking for. So that's really exciting. And then just smaller things, even recycling and reducing our emissions and our waste has an impact on that. So there's a lot of tools available to you as an individual, something that we provide and we work with our clients, and I've been doing for many years with the offsets that I mentioned. So maybe sometimes you can't reduce all your emissions. You need to cook, you need to have natural gas or whatever on your stove, but you can offset. Credible offsets are out there. It's a big topic these days, and people are asking what you can do, but you can support projects that are not in your own place, but maybe far abroad, and you can reduce emissions that way and support the overall climate change challenge that we face. So there's a number of opportunities out there, and more and more are coming to our availability.
Oh, looks like the food is ready. Hey, that was a great answer, Mike. I got one more question.
Sure.
And I ask this to all my guests. So you're busy saving the world, doing all this stuff. How do you feed your soul? What are the ways that you will save Mike? Make sure you're taking care of Mike.
It's a great question. And right away, my family. There's no doubt about it. It's my family. When I'm working, I'm thinking about my family. When I'm traveling, I'm thinking about my family, and just, my little boy. He's amazing. He's a blessing, and he's my best friend. He loves your show, by the way. He's always so proud when he says, Daddy, look, I'm watching Onyx Family. And I love it. It makes me so happy. And he's just my buddy. And of course, my wife and family and my mom and my sister and her kids, who, my sister as well, of course. And that's what makes me happy, and just sharing my experiences with them and being with them. That's definitely my answer.
Family is everything to me too. It's what brings me joy when I cook. First person I'm thinking is, feeding my wife, feeding my kids. And so that's the whole reason for even this show, feed the soul. But I feed my wife and kids, and that's how I feed my soul. Hey, thanks a lot for coming on, Mike. And
thank you.
Wish you all the best in saving the world. We're going to join you and do the best that we can do. So proud of what you've been able to accomplish and how you're making an impact in the world. Two boys growing up in Canada. Who would have thought where we would end up? And this is awesome.
I love it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, man. Take care.
See you later.
All right, the meal is finished and it's looking good, y'all. You want to check it out? Let's check it out. Today, we are going to be fixing Indian curry with basmati rice. So let's get started because my family's hungry. Now that we have that done, let's meet our guest.
Hey, Elaine, what's going on?
Hey, Mirthell, what's going on?
It's nice to see you guys on Zoom. Elaine and her husband, Jevin, and her kids, they're like our best friends, so they're always coming over. But during COVID, of course, we haven't had a lot of opportunities to connect, but Zoom, we do connect on. So it's good to have you on, Elaine.
It's good to be on. This is fun. I'm excited to be here with you.
All right. So this is Elaine, but
You will know her as Dr. Elaine Vanterpool. She is the chair of the biology department at Oakwood University. And Elaine is just a brilliant, brilliant person, so intelligent, and is so efficient when it comes to things of science and infectious diseases. She has a great grasp of those things like that. And she is the doctor of doctors. And I say that because she has produced so many doctors, so many efficient doctors in the world that have gone on to great universities and gone on to do great things in the world. And so it is really a privilege to be your friend, Elaine, and it's a privilege to have you on our show.
Thank you so much, Mirthell. Thank you.
So today, I just want to introduce you to my audience. Elaine is a great friend. Her and her husband are best friends, and we really appreciate them. How we met, like 20 odd years ago, first of all, right? I don't think I saw you around campus. We never really talked when we were all going to Oakwood University. But 20 odd years ago, I knew Elaine and I knew Jevin. We didn't know each other that well though, right? I mean, like we saw each other on campus, but you were in my wife's class, right?
Yeah, so your wife, Rita, she came in with me at the same time in the late 1990s.
Right. Doesn't that sound so old? The 1990s.
No, we're old school. But yeah, we're in the same biology class. And I remember I would say hi here and there to Rita. We weren't like close friends, but several years ago, it was really nice running into you all at church.
I know. That was such a surprise to see you guys. And I knew Jevin probably a little bit more than I had known you because Jevin was kind of like in my circles with the Canadians. His sister-in-law?
Yes,
his sister-in-law was dating his brother at the time, and then they got married. And so I kind of knew them because his sister-in-law's sister is really good friends with my sister. So yeah, it's all of that. But there was a lot of Canadian connections. And so I knew Jevin. So when I saw Jevin and you, and Rita knew you and I knew Jevin, I was just like, oh man, we got to get together. And then here we are,
I remember you with your hairnet on your head. It's working in the, at the snack bar with your.
Right, exactly. It's amazing. And now our families are like the best of friends. Your girls text my girls and, and it's really great. It's really great.
Yeah, we're more like family right now. So that's really good.
I agree.
So Mirthell, you are the ultimate chef.
Thanks.
I just need to know, what are you cooking in the kitchen today? You're making me hungry. I want to know.
So yeah, I know, because usually me and Elaine, we'll pair up, and whenever our families get together, you're cooking the meat option, I'm usually cooking the vegetarian option, and then we pull it all together. So I'm on my own today in the kitchen. I felt for some Indian curry and kana masala, a little bit of mutter paneer with mushrooms and green peas. I'm gonna fix it the East Indian style as opposed to the West Indian style of curry, but that's what I'm fixing today.
Yes, and make sure you fix me a plate so I can just come and pick it up.
Exactly, we do a drive-by and just come and pick it up. So anyhow, so that's what I'm fixing today, Elaine. But what about you? What do you got cooking in the kitchen? Because I know that you're constantly doing something with your students. You're constantly doing something in the lab. What do you have going on that you'd like to share?
Well, I just want to say that thank you again for having me on here. But what I want to talk about is the importance of diversifying the biomedical field. I'm here at Oakwood University in Huntsville, Alabama. That is an HBCU. And you know that because you came to this.
Exactly. That's our alma mater.
Right. And so, I just want to talk about the importance of actually diversifying this field of science and of medicine and dentistry. I really want to talk about this. It has been a real burden on me because, in the field of STEM, minorities are so underrepresented. If you want to look at African Americans, it's even bumped down even further, less than 2%. That is crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, and studies show that the outcome of minorities being educated in that field really does help them and help the community, their community in the future. Because a lot of times minorities don't get as good of a treatment in the healthcare system.
Yeah.
It's sad, and we see that a lot of times it's those minority doctors that will go out and reach these students. So it is really my passion. I really make it my mission here to educate as many Black students on the undergraduate level to propel them on. And I'm telling you, God has been blessing. I just want to say that. So I don't know if you saw recently on the WHNT news down here, even is an article on an intelligence list that the biology program at Oakwood was ranked the best program for small colleges at Oakwood University. Yeah, biology. I was like, yes.
And hey, kudos to you, Elaine, because you are the woman. You are the woman.
Man, it's been
great.
tough.
I'm proud of what you've been able to build.
Yeah, and we also consistently rank in the top 15 for matriculating African Americans in medical school. Right now, we ranked 11. So we rank pretty high. We're ranking with other schools. And for HBCUs, we rank 4th amongst the small HBCUs for best STEM programs, right? So I'm really excited about that.
That is great. So what are some of the ways that you've been able to bring up the biology department so that you guys are ranking so high? Like, what are some of the techniques that you have used? I mean, I know that a lot of people have talked to me even personally, and I've heard through the grapevine, just your approach, you're very personable. It's like when the students come back, they tend to come by your house, they tend to come by your office. So I know for a fact that you develop a really strong relationship with the students to ensure that each one gets through. I know you've come to us sometimes and says, hey, Mirthell, Rita, is it possible if you could take on this student and help them financially? So you're so in there. I love it. You're just like, it's like you're a mother to all these doctors. But tell me a little bit beyond that, like in the biology department, like what have you done to build it up so that it would be so successful?
I tell my students, one, I'm your mother outside your mother. They know that. But I'm not an island. I am very blessed to have awesome faculty and staff working with me.
Wonderful.
We are very family oriented, and every student that comes in, we just want to take them in. It's not just a biology program where they come in and they take classes and we advise them. It's a lot more than that. When they come in, we actually employ our students from freshman year. For those, we can't force them, but a lot of them get employed and they work under at least one of the faculty members in the department. And that has a benefit because once they are working, they have a mentor, which is the faculty member.
Mm-hmm.
Then the upperclassmen students that are working with them, they also serve as like a peer mentor.
Oh, so I like that.
They have a family network going on. And so when it comes for advisement, career advisement, just general life questions or whatever they have a support network. So not only are they getting financial, benefits from working with us, and they have like a family, but they're also gaining skills, that they need for the workforce. So some of the jobs that we have is like office assistant, teacher's assistant, laboratory assistant. So they're learning skills, they're training, they're working with students. And we see that those that really engage in that, they have these amazing skills and they're highly competitive.
Wow.
When they start applying. Another thing that we do, our department, we have pretty much all scientists. I'm a scientist. And we also have an MD in our program, in our department. And so we do research, whether it's clinical research or biomedical research, and we get the students doing research as well, because it's important that they learn, these skills, they learn these techniques. It also helps build their critical thinking skills. A lot of our students, they gain these skills when they apply to summer programs, which we tend to write recommendations for, they get in. And, other things that's really important.
That's great. I love the collaborative approach that you come to it with. I really love how you're integrating students, you're integrating some community professionals, doctors, then of course the faculty and staff at Oakwood as well. All of them are competent, working together to create a family and a support system so that it ensures that the students that come are successful. So what is the success rate like when somebody enrolls at Oakwood under your tutelage? What is the success rate? Because I know you guys do everything to get them financially cleared, to get them, placement, everything. What is your success rate right now?
As you know, we have national rankings, right? Just in a nation. Mm-hmm. We are the largest department. We have a lot of students. We have some students that take gap year, but usually around 50% of our students directly matriculate into a graduate or professional program.
Wow.
Then the remainder of them try to take a gap year, because gap year is quite interesting right now. And then some of them enter the workforce. We have a pretty high success rate of our students going in, and we turn out public servants. And that's what we need to do in our profession. It is public servant. At Oakwood, we know it's mounted right on the front. Into depart to serve.
Depart to serve. That's right. I remember that motto very well. So you're not only doing that on a very broad scale as a profession, but personally within your own family, there is just so many doctors. So your husband, has his own PhD and a profession in his own right. Tell us a little bit about Jevin, what he does. Tell us a little bit about your son, what he's about to do. I mean, the Vanderpools have their own clinic in this neighborhood where they're all doctors or working in the lab, so there's just so many great things happening within your family. Share just a little bit about that.
Yeah. So I would love to do that. So, my husband is the best. You know that.
All right.
So, he was at Oakwood, he overlapped with us. He went to graduate school with me. We went to Loma Linda University in California. Love Loma Linda. Awesome school. So I went down the route of PhD in microbiology and molecular genetics, but my husband, he was really adventurous. And got his PhD in physiology. That is tough stuff, right? So he actually has his expertise in like neuropharmacology, and he is a physiologist. Me, I'm microbial pathogenesis, the germ stuff, this whole COVID stuff.
That's you.
But right now, what he does, he's a medical lab director for a high complexity lab. And he also is a professor at another HBCU locally, Alabama A&M University. And he also has that same passion to help. So he's a physiologist, but what he does for a career, he's actually a medical lab director, high complexity medical lab director. And he is also one of the professors at another local HBCU, Alabama A&M University. He also has that same passion and drive to educate those that want to become medical doctors and health professionals and scientists. Very easy, very intelligent.
And your son, and the reason why I'm talking about this is because I want to build a lot of inspiration to the demographics that you were talking about, because in the STEM area of STEM, there's just so little, but in your one family, it's highly represented. And so you guys are an example that it is very possible. So your son, he's graduating and he's about to go into what?
Yeah, so he is graduating from Oakwood Adventist Academy, and he's coming to Oakwood University, and he is doing a bachelor's in biology with a concentration in biomedical engineering, and he's minoring in computer science. Yeah, what he wants to do, he's more so very hands-on, and he has a passion for helping those that really need help, right? And so he's looking at creating devices to help those that maybe lost limbs, or prosthetics and orthotics that can interface with individuals that have lost limbs, or tissue regeneration. He's looking at quality of life. So he wants to head down that area. And he's also thinking about creating devices to use in the medical setting. You know how they have the robotic surgery, right? So he wants to go down that area, and that's what he can do. And he likes that kind of stuff.
That's amazing. And that's exactly what you're talking about. So you're doing it on a personal level, you're doing it on a professional level. You're just all around really passionate about this area. And that's great to see. It's great to feel it's your passion. So Elaine, if somebody wanted to get in touch with you, their child was interested in going to Oakwood and being a doctor, is there a site or a website or contact information that the audience could be able to connect with you?
Yes, absolutely. So our website is www.oakwood.edu. You can find out a lot about Oakwood University. We have a lot of different majors, even though STEM is one of the largest areas. Our department is one of the larger ones. If you're interested in science, you have a child that's interested in science, they can contact me directly at evanterpool@oakwood.edu.
Do you have anything for even younger kids, any programs to kind of gear the younger ones into those fields?
Yes. Well, we do right now, we're trying to set up some kind of virtual tutoring for those in the community. We have things set for local students, right? My students, they work with the community children to help build the STEM curriculum, like Oakwood Academy, which is down here. But if there is a child that needs help, K through 12, my students, they're always willing to help those in the communities. If someone wants to reach out to me saying my child needs help, I can definitely find one of my students that can partner up with those individuals to maybe provide some tutorial services that's needed.
That is awesome. So Elaine, we're going to have this information out for my audience, but as we come to a close, because I got to get back to the cooking, when we come to a close, I have this question for you. How do you feed your soul?
I feed my soul by just having fun with my kids and my family. I turn off, all this professional responsibility when I'm with my family, whether it's watching a movie with them, watching Netflix, just having fun or just talking to them.
Right. Family is so important. And I agree with that. That's why I have to go and feed my family and feed their souls. And I'm so glad that you're able to join us. Thank you so much, Elaine. And I'm looking forward to having you on again, maybe your husband on next time. But anyhow, you take care. I know that you're a busy woman having a lot of things to do. Really appreciate you coming on my show. Thank you, Elaine.
Thank you, Mirthell.
All right, take care.
Save me some food.
I will. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye.
All right, I think the food is ready. Let's take a look. Thank you so much for joining me on Feed the Soul with Mirthell, where I tell the story, feed the soul, make them laugh, heal the heart. I hope that you enjoyed this episode, and I'll see you next time.